welcome to the vibrant city of Chișinău. We are delighted to have you join us for the first international conference dedicated to financial technologies in emerging markets, organized in partnership with the National Bank of Moldova, the National Bank of Romania, and the Banque de France. Today, distinguished international experts will lead discussions on the future of finance in the digital age. We invite to the stage for the official opening Ms. Anca Drago, Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, who will mark the beginning of this historic moment for the Moldovan financial sector.
Good morning, everybody. Full room. I hope you all enjoy the coffee. I didn't. But welcome to Chisinau. It's my honor to have you here, distinguished guests, dear friends, for this landmark conference, New Technology for Old Markets. Today marks a historic milestone for Moldova as we host for the first time an international financial conference of such magnitude, bringing together world-class experts, researchers, and decision makers from the financial and banking sectors in Europe. And I know that for many of you, the trip was long, but we made it. I'd like to send my warmest regards to our distinguished keynote speaker, Governor François Villeroy-du-Gallon of the Banque de France, whose visionary leadership in digital finance and the unified ledger concept continues to shape the future of monetary infrastructure across Europe and beyond. His presence here in the second part of the day underscores the importance of international collaboration in navigating our digital transformation. I am honored to welcome Vice Governor Cosmin Marinescu from the National Bank of Romania, whose extensive experience in financial innovation provides invaluable insights for our regional development. It is also my honor to welcome Governor Jasmina Selimovic of the Central Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina, whose leadership exemplifies the dynamic evolution of central banking in our region. This conference represents far more than an academic gathering. It embodies the organic progression and the maturation of our financial innovation ecosystem. Through our partnership with the National Bank of Romania and Banque de France, we demonstrate that effective international cooperation transcends geographical boundaries when united by a common vision of technological advancement and financial inclusion. The imperative of digital transformation. We stand at an inflection point of financial history. The transformation we witness today is not merely the digitization of existing processes. It is the fundamental redesign of the entire financial landscape. Roles, products, institutions, and market dynamics. Distributed ledger technologies and blockchain infrastructure enable the functional recomposition of financial markets with profound implications that extend far beyond traditional banking. The strategic advantage of emerging economies like Moldova lies in our ability to leapfrog legacy financial infrastructure. Rather than building upon stratified and expensive traditional systems, we can construct integrated ecosystems directly, eliminating costly interfaces between separate systems and dramatically reducing operational costs and transaction times. Our experience with instant payments, called MIA is a beautiful name of a girl and stands for Moldova Instant Payments. So our recent success with MIA exemplifies this potential. By precisely identifying and efficiently removing obstacles in payment execution, we demonstrated that innovation plays a crucial role even in smaller economies. The success of MIA was not accidental. It solved the concrete problem of instant payment fragmentation, generating exponential network effects where each new user increases the system's value for all participants. The promise of unified infrastructure. The concept of a unified ledger represents a paradigm shift that eliminates reconciliation costs between separate systems and enables atomic coordination across multiple asset types. Central bank digital currencies are not merely digital money, they are potentially programmable platforms for monetary policy. This enhanced visibility over aggregate monetary flows while maintaining the confidentiality standards of cash allows for precise monetary policy calibration based on real-time data rather than delayed estimations. Bridging markets, building features. The dialogue between mature and emerging markets creates unique opportunities for systemic innovation. Barriers in mature markets are no longer technological, but relate to systemic integration, platform fragmentation, lack of interoperability, and integration costs with existing IT systems. This presents substantial implications for us. Instead of constructing stratified financial infrastructures, we can develop integrated ecosystems that eliminate interfacing costs between systems. For Moldova's capital market development, this represents a strategic choice. Rather than replicating the traditional model with separate exchanges, depositories, and settlement systems, we can evaluate integrating these functions on the same blockchain infrastructure, offering competitive advantages through lower capital costs and easier access to financial instruments for both domestic and international companies and investors. Women in finance, unlocking our full potential. As we discuss technological transformation, we must address one of our most underutilized technologies for growth, the full economic potential of women in finance. Recent data shows that financial institutions globally report only 16% female leadership representation. This is not merely a fairness issue, it's an economic imperative. The intersection of gender inclusion and technological advancement isn't just about the future of finance. It's about unlocking the full potential of our sector. Digital transformation creates new pathways for inclusion, offering flexible work arrangements and removing traditional barriers that have historically limited women's advancement. Today's panel on women in finance, as we call finanțelor, will explore how we can leverage technology as an equalizer, examining practical strategies for accelerating meaningful change. With distinguished leaders like Governor Selimovic and Visa representative Cristina Doros, we have exemplary models of how women's leadership drives innovation and sustainable economic growth. Research and collaboration, the foundation of progress. The collaboration between academia, practitioners, and regulators generates feedback cycles that accelerate responsible innovation. Researchers bring methodological rigor, and thank you for this, Practitioners contribute real-world testing insights, also thank you for this, and regulators, like central banks, provide systemic risk perspectives. This trinity enables the development of solutions that are simultaneously innovative, practical, and secure. Interdisciplinary research becomes critical because financial technology transcends traditional disciplinary boundaries. Game theory explains centralized network dynamics. Behavioral economics informs interface design for mass adoption. Central banks facilitate this research by providing anonymized data and environments for objective analysis, testing, and debate, accelerating knowledge development that benefits the entire financial ecosystem. Our vision forward. This conference aims to catalyze the development of a permanent platform for dialogue and collaboration, connecting our local environment with the global network of financial infrastructure innovators. And thank you, Vice Governor Mihnea Constantinescu, for stimulating this dialogue and platform. We aim to position the Republic of Moldova as an active participant in the European financial innovation agenda, learning from others while contributing with our local experience. We want to become a regional hub, and will be a regional hub. Thus, we have the opportunity to generate, explore, and implement original solutions that demonstrates how that digital economy can build on completely new technological foundations, not merely through simple digitalization or digitization of traditional systems. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the questions we address today are not only technical, they are fundamentally about human progress, economic inclusion, and sustainable development. As we explore how new technologies can serve old markets, let us remember that our ultimate objective is to create financial systems that serves all members of society more efficiently, effectively, and equitably. The future of finance will be written by those bold enough to remove existing paradigms, while maintaining the stability and trust that underpin our economic foundations. Today in Chișinău, we take a significant step towards the future. Thank you for your presence, your expertise, and your commitment to advancing our shared vision of financial innovation. I look forward to our discussions and the insights that will emerge from the historic gathering. Welcome to the future of finance. Fiți bineveniți în Moldova. Soyez les bienvenus en Moldavie. Thank you.
Good morning and a warm welcome to the vibrant city of Chișinău. We are delighted to have you join us. For the following Ms. Drago's remarks, we are pleased to invite Mr. Cosmin Marinescu, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Romania and our strategic partner in this major initiative, to join us with a word of greeting.
Good morning, dear Governor Dragu, Draganca, distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you today at the inaugural edition of the New Technology for Old Markets Conference, a truly remarkable event that brings together Banque de France, the National Bank of Moldova, and the National Bank of Romania. Today's event is more about ideas. It is about building bridges between authorities, countries, and generations. And for me, personally, It is also about celebrating the strong and enduring partnership between the National Bank of Romania and the National Bank of Moldova. A partnership rooted in trust, shared history, and a joint vision for the future. This year holds special significance for us in Romania. We are marking the 145th anniversary of the National Bank of Romania. For nearly a century and a half, we have navigated financial storms, embraced economic transitions, and adapted to shifting market realities. But never have we faced such a profound wave of transformation as the one driven by the digital era that is reshaping the entire society, as well as the working platform for the public policies, particularly for fiscal and monetary policy. The theme of our conference, New Technology for Old Markets, could hardly be timelier. We live in a world where change does not politely knock on a door. It rushes in, demands full attention, and resets the rules. Emerging economies like ours stand at a crossroads. Digital transformation brings great opportunities for growth and inclusion, but also demands unprecedented speed and resilience. We must not only follow the trend, we must set it. Digital transformation is no longer a side project. It is the main stage. It is the core of competitiveness as emerging economies stand at a turning point. From real-time payments to digital credit scoring, from open banking to risk assessment, we are witnessing how the financial ecosystem reinvents itself, how technology broadens access to finance. But transformation must have well-defined duties and objectives. The challenge is to ensure that innovation serves the real economy and that it strengthens resilience rather than creating new vulnerabilities. In less than a decade, the rise of innovative technologies such as cryptocurrency and blockchain led to the next leap in financial technologies driven by decentralization, automation, and personalized services. The pandemic was a game changer that forced digital-first strategies into the mainstream, leading to an increased role of emerging technologies in reshaping the financial system. As a result, today we are talking more and more about how and when the financial and monetary landscape will be significantly transformed by solutions like central bank digital currency, distributed ledger technology, or artificial intelligence. And this is precisely why, from our perspective, the technological challenges ahead are creating new premises. They enhance the quality and efficiency of monetary policy implementation and promote stronger, convincing, and credible coordination between public policies. Nowadays, the focus is not just on speed and convenience, but also on security of payment systems. Consumers now expect fast and secure solutions, whether it's contactless payments, digital wallets, or instant payments. Recognizing the role of fintech companies and open banking to the competition, the National Bank of Romania provides startups with mentorship and expertise to develop innovative solutions and to efficiently test them. We at the National Bank of Romania recognize that the transition from pilot projects to systemic adoption requires not just technology, but international coordination and shared standards. Yet, technology alone cannot carry us forward. The human dimension is equally vital. And this is where leadership, in all its diversity, becomes the cornerstone of progress. I'm proud that this conference also gives a platform to women leaders in the financial sector, providing an opportunity for them to mentor and to inspire the next generation. A digital economy built without gender equality would be a missed opportunity to be stronger, more creative, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, structural transformations must be seen from a broader national perspective. 2 decades ago, Romania embarked on the most significant country project in its recent history, accession to the European Union. Romania's economic and social development has been defined by the achievement of that visionary endeavor. Now, the Moldovan authorities are making through efforts to accelerate the accession of the Republic of Moldova to the EU. We extend the most sincere congratulations for the significant progress towards achieving this national objective. Our countries have always been working closely together, especially during periods of crisis. In challenging geopolitical situations, our countries have proven to be reliable counterparts. As former economic advisor of the President of Romania for 10 years, I was engaged in many assistance projects and cooperation with the Republic of Moldova. In the last few years, Romania has been sharing its energy resources with the Republic of Moldova in the context of the energy crisis generated by Russia's unjust war against Ukraine. The National Bank of Moldova has a special role in preparing the country for accession to the European Union in terms of aligning the regulatory framework and its activities to the EU legislation. For this purpose, I hereby confirm the continuous and consistent institutional and professional assistance from the National Bank of Romania. Our institutions are not only defined by symbolic ties. A simple comparison of 2 logos would be revealing. We are brought together by much deeper and structural ties. The National Bank of Romania is a major dedicated supporter of the National Bank of Moldova in its full commitment to strengthen its institutional capacity in meeting its mandate. The key priorities are strengthening the financial stability of the country, modernizing the banking infrastructure, and harmonizing legislation with the EU standards. Here again, the bilateral cooperation between the National Bank of Romania and the National Bank of Moldova stands as a model of how shared expertise and vision make us better prepared for these changes. I would like to make a special reference to the twinning programs financed by the EU with the aim to strengthen banking regulations and supervision, corporate governance and risk management in the financial sector of the Republic of Moldova. NBR was lead partner and the Dutch and Lithuanian colleagues were junior partners. Dear guests, the accession process to the European Union is clearly defined by one fundamental issue, the economic convergence. And the Republic of Moldova must gradually achieve this, such as to successfully cope with major geostrategic and security challenges. Over the past 2 decades, Romania registered the fastest economic advance among EU countries in terms of real convergence. Even if the persistence of regional disparities is still a challenge, it is obvious that economic growth was supported by integration into the EU, institutional changes, and increased foreign investment. In the future, Romania remains firmly committed to its strategic goal of joining the euro area and actively contributes to monetary policy within the EU. I personally consider that the Eurozone accession could be the next strategic country project of Romania for the next decade. Over the last years, inflation, long-term interest rates, and the budget deficit have been much above the reference corresponding to the Maastricht criteria. These vulnerabilities remind us that financial stability cannot be taken for granted. At the same time, they underline the necessity of decisive measures and reforms, which must be seen as investment in resilience and credibility, laying the foundation for stronger, more balanced economic growth over the long term. Equally important, financial sustainability depends on addressing the twin deficits that burden our economy these years, the public deficit and the current account deficit. These macroeconomic imbalances are not only sources of vulnerabilities, but also a test of policy coherence. Correcting them requires decisive action, transparent dialogue, and a consistent alignment of fiscal, monetary, and structural policies. These efforts strengthen not only our path towards euro area accession, but also our long-term competitiveness and prosperity within the European Union. Distinguished colleagues, today we are facing major geostrategic and security challenges, and our national banks are key pillars of economic and social development for our countries. In a rapidly changing world, we as central bankers must support our countries to achieve solid progresses while being faithful to the European values. In the end, allow me to share this perspective. Markets may be old, some as old as the nations they serve, but their capacity to reinvent themselves is limitless. What matters is not the age of the market, but the freshness of our approach. The next chapter of our economic story will not be written by those who wait for change, but by those who lead it. Let us be among them. Let us be the architects of a financial future that is innovative, inclusive, and responsive to today's realities. Thank you, and I wish you all an inspiring and forward-looking conference. I wish you productive sessions and consequential discussions. Moreover, I'm sure that both our hosts, to their hospitality efforts, and our distinguished guests will make this event a fruitful and memorable experience. Finally, I want to express my warmest congratulations to Governor Anca Dragu for all she does at the National Bank of Moldova as leadership and good governance in supporting the European path of the Republic of Moldova. Felicitări, dragă Anca, felicitări echipei BNM și mult succes în continuare. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Following Ms. Drago's remarks, we are pleased to invite Mr. Cosmin Marinescu. Thank you, Mr. Marinescu. We now proceed to our research session, which will be chaired by Ms. Soledad Zinago, Senior Economist, Advisor to the Director of Studies and International Cooperation, Banque de France.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this research session of this extraordinary conference. I'm delighted to moderate this panel, which brings together three insightful contributions at the intersection of digital innovation, financial inclusion, and regulatory transformation. First of all, we will have Daniela Balutel. Maybe we can join me. And Daniela is a postdoctoral fellow at York University and researcher at the Bank of Canada. Please sit down. And Daniela is a specialist in financial literacy, crypto asset adoption, and behavioral finance. She will talk today about her work at the Bank of Canada on the Bitcoin Omnibus Survey. She has explored gender differences in crypto asset ownership, the role of beliefs in market entry and exit, and the intersection of financial and digital literacy. After Daniela, we will have Claudio Nigria. Hi, please come in. Thank you. Claudio is Deputy Director of the Financial Market Infrastructures and Payments Oversight Department in the National Bank of Romania. Claudio has over 15 years of experience in banking and payment systems. He's also a strong advocate for financial education and inclusive innovation, and has contributed to shaping Romania's FinTech Innovation Hub, which is the topic of his talk this morning. Finally, we will have Alexandru Monahov. Please come join us. Alexandru is an economist with the National Bank of Moldova, and he's a researcher on machine learning, explainable AI, and financial stability. The work he will present today explores how large language models can outperform traditional models in predicting bank defaults, offering new tools for early warning systems. As you can see, what unites the three papers is a shared concern for how technology can be harnessed responsibly to improve access, reduce risk, and support better policy decisions. So I look forward to a richer discussion after each presentation, and that's over to you, Daniela.
Thank you very much. So I'm wondering if, okay, good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here, to be back home. Especially that this is the inaugural international conference on new technology for old markets, and many thanks for National Bank of Moldova, together with National Bank of Romania and Banca France, who are the organizer of this conference. I was born here in Moldova, but I pursue my studies abroad, most of the time far away from my family. That's why this moment is very special for me, and I feel both proud and grateful that I have this opportunity to share some of my research inside today with you. Today I'm gonna discuss about cryptocurrency adoption, crypto and financial literacy and investor behavior. Some of my key insight during my postdoc at York University in collaboration with the Bank of Canada. I'm almost at the end, and currently I'm on the job market looking forward for the new chapter of my career. So as a general statement, these views are on my own and do not represent the views of the Bank of Canada. Okay, so, as you know, the crypto market is growing and volatile, and despite, let's say, multiple crises like Terra Luna collapse, FTX bankruptcy, this market show resilience over time, and despite that, nowadays it reached new heights. The total market capitalization nowadays is more than $4 trillion US, with Bitcoin being the leader among other crypto assets. Why it is important to study crypto assets, why it is important for central bank? First of all, because crypto assets interfere with payments. If more people will start using this private digital currency for payments, that may affect sovereignty of a countries, the monetary sovereignty of a countries, and in turn conducting monetary policy. But also crypto market interfere with savings, given that nowadays these crypto markets are more interconnected with traditional financial assets. And all this together may have implication for the overall financial stability. So what we are trying to understand today is who are these adopters or participants in this market, why, and with what level of understanding, what is the level of understanding regarding these crypto assets. In order to answer to this question, we rely on Bitcoin Omnibus survey data, which is a national representative survey for the Canadian population. It was initially conducted in 2016, was a monitoring tool at that time to see what are the level of awareness, adoption, and the main reason to invest in this in Bitcoin, because the BTCOS is mainly on Bitcoin adoption. So we have the sample size of about 2,000 respondents each year. One exception was to 2020 during the pandemic time. You know, other priorities were in place. So what information we have in this survey, level of Bitcoin awareness and ownership, reason for ownership or non-ownership. We also have some crypto-related questions that allow us to measure objective literacy regarding this asset. We also have the big three financial literacy question, because this is, again, very important to take in consideration how this crypto assets are used for payments or is just an investment, because nowadays, as you know, the CBDC discussion and initiative to implement CBDC in the future, it's also important to understand if this crypto asset will replace cash in the future or is just a complement, because people like anonymity. And we have these facts, but also it's important to measure future expectation of individual to see if this technology will have a future. As long as individual adopt it, it will exist. So let's move forward. And what is interesting about this data, we have a repeated cross-section which allow us to see what is the dynamic of this crypto adoption and consumer behavior over time during good times and bad times. As you can see from this graphical representation, the price reached different historical peaks at over time, but also at the end of 2022 we have big decline in price, and I will provide some insight during that time as well. Okay, who are Bitcoin owners in Canada, and what are the levels of adoption? How we measure awareness, we actually ask respondents if they heard about Bitcoin, yes or no. So we see that since 2018, the level of awareness was about 90%, and since then it remained constant. So almost everyone heard about Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean that they understand what Bitcoin is and what is the technology behind Bitcoin. When it comes to a level of ownership, it increased. Before the pandemic, it was around 5%, and we have a big increase during the pandemic. In 2021, it increased from 5% to 13%, and that increase was actually explained by the fact that, you know, we're not able to spend our money during that time. In Canada also was a lot of government support, and we see that we saw that people not only invested in crypto, but also in other traditional financial assets. And, of course, not to mention these fintech companies that started to offer cryptocurrency along other conventional financial assets and a more friendly mobile apps to invest in crypto. Since that time, the ownership level remained at about 10%. Who is a Bitcoin owner in Canada? The patterns preserved over time. The ownership is concentrated among young individuals, males with high education, high income, and being employed. Of course, we have heterogeneity over time. We see more females started to invest in crypto. We also see that income nowadays, if in the past, the probability to invest in crypto was also like those with lower income or lower level of education. Nowadays, things changed a little bit. Okay, what's the main reason? In 2016, when the survey was conducted for the first time, 60% of the Bitcoin owners stated that they own Bitcoin, and the main reason was to buy goods and pay for services. And that was a big red flag, but since 2016, things changed, and the majority of the crypto owner stated that it's just a speculative investment, and because they are interested in this technology. We also see that like network, as you see, friends. I own Bitcoin because my friends own Bitcoin also play a big role. Buying goods and services, we also have 10% of the crypto owner mentioning this, but in order to understand, we also asked to name the last business where they pay with crypto, and we realized actually after analyzing their answers that they pay for other crypto related products, NFTs or buying other cryptos. So it's not a risk for payments. We'll skip this. Also after the pandemic, we saw a shift related to way of getting Bitcoin. In 2021, the majority of respondents answered that they acquire Bitcoin through crypto exchanges via website or mobile apps. We see that mining is decreasing over time. Bitcoin ATM due to higher cost fee. And also we see an increase in P2P transfer that is also explained by the fact that many own Bitcoin because their friend own Bitcoin. What about holdings? We know that the ownership level in Canada is about 10%, but what about their holdings equivalent in Canadian dollar? About 50% of the Bitcoin owner in Canada holds less than 500, equivalent of 500 Canadian dollar investment in Bitcoin, and only 20% hold between 1,000 and 5,000, and only 5% hold more than 100,000. But most of the people who hold a large amount in Bitcoin are actually long-term investors. They started to invest a long time ago before the pandemic, and they also benefited from this appreciation of Bitcoin price. Well, because one of the conditions for issuing a CBDC is if crypto asset reasons to take over payments, and the second, if demand for cash for transaction will decrease to negligible level. So we also measure the level of cash in the pocket, I would say, of both Bitcoin adopters and non-adopters. And surprisingly, we found that Bitcoin owners actually hold more cash than non-owners. And the difference in cash holdings is even higher for large amount of cash. That might be explained by the fact that they like the anonymity, which is 100% for cash and not necessarily for Bitcoin, but still anonymity is one of the key characteristics. Another reason is that they may not trust the institution, a central bank, or governments, or maybe also explained by this underground economy. What about other crypto assets? As I mentioned, our focus was on Bitcoin because the level of awareness it's pretty high, 90%, comparing to just about 25 for Dogecoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin Cash. For other crypto assets, the awareness level is even lower. So, and in Canada, about 50% of the population heard none of this predefined list of crypto assets. Given the low level of awareness, we also have this low level of ownership, with Ethereum reaching about 5%, half of the actual Bitcoin ownership in Canada nowadays. Okay, crypto asset market is not without risk, and we also see that in our results. Most of the crypto owners reported that they lost substantial value due to price crashes, they lost access to their wallet, they encountered problem with transaction, stolen funds, their exchange, crypto exchange was hacked, and of course the scam, initial coin offering scams. And most recently, at the beginning of this September, one of the biggest, actually the first regulated crypto exchange in Canada, Wealthsimple, was confirmed data breach for about 1% of their customer. So it's still like the risks are there, and we have to be aware of that, especially investors. And that's why next I will talk about the importance of crypto and financial literacy when it comes to this like more complex, let's say, investment tools. How we measure Bitcoin knowledge? We have three questions. The total supply of Bitcoin is fixed, which is true. All Bitcoin transactions are recorded on a distributed ledger that is publicly accessible, and Bitcoin is backed by the government, which is false. So they have to choose true, false for this three statements. Surprisingly or not, for the general population, we have about 60% that are categorized as low crypto literate. They were not able to answer correctly to all these three questions. But concerning is the fact that we still have among crypto owners about 40% that are low crypto literate. This is about crypto literacy, but let's see what is about financial literacy. So we have also a gap when it comes to financial literacy between Bitcoin owners and non-owners. We have mixed results. So especially for Bitcoin owner, we see that there is still about 35% of the Bitcoin owner classified as low financial literate. And in our paper, we'll also have analysis related to gender gap. Indeed, we found gender gap for both crypto and financial literacy. But one interesting aspect was that there is no gender gap in terms of financial literacy between female and male Bitcoin owner. That means that female who decide to invest in these crypto assets, they're more risk averse, they are probably doing more research, given that the adoption of crypto sometimes is driven by this fear of missing out or the hope that people will get rich overnight. So apparently female are more, they pay more attention and are more likely to be financially literate. We talk about facts, we talk about past, but what about the future of this new technology? So we have 2 other papers exploring what are the driving of Bitcoin adoption, and we show that indeed individual beliefs play a role, future expectation, and network also play a role. But at this, let's say, because we are at the beginning of the S-shaped curve of adoption, let's say social learning, we say, which is the interaction between individual expectation and network size, it still doesn't really matter. So again, individual expectation, individual expectation about Bitcoin price, and here we have some result. I will not discuss too much about it, but we saw that expectation about price are really context dependent. So when we have good times for crypto markets, investor in general population, they tend to be more optimistic about the future return of Bitcoin in our case. But in 2022, when the price sharply decreased, we see that even Bitcoin owners at that time were very pessimistic about the future price of Bitcoin. And we still work on this paper, and we'll probably publish it in the future. But what I want to conclude now is that we have this result. Despite high awareness level for Bitcoin, the ownership level is still low. Holdings are relatively small, about equivalent of 500 Canadian dollar in medium. The main reason for investment in this market is for speculative purposes, hoping that will make a return overnight. We also see that awareness and level of adoption for altcoins is very small for the Canadian context, and that this market is not without risk. Many of the crypto adopters were victims and faced different crypto-related incidents. And again, the role of financial literacy and crypto literacy, it's very important, and central bank policymakers and investors should have taken in consideration this aspect. So overall, we see that adoption is not shaped only by the technology behind a crypto asset, but also by individual beliefs, learning, and also expectation that the price of this technology will increase in the future. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Daniela. We can take maybe some questions. Yes, please. Do you have a microphone, or there is a? Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, yeah, it works. Technology, it works. New technology. My name is Alexander Picker. I'm here at Moldinkom Bank. I'm just curious, the title of your presentation was cryptocurrencies, and currency was not once mentioned during your presentation. So do you think that Bitcoin is a currency or not?
Well, that's a good question. Initially, that was the main point. Bitcoin in 2019 was designed as a currency, but when we look at the trajectory, we see that from cryptocurrency, it nowadays mainly as a crypto asset, because the main reason is for investment, not for using Bitcoin or other altcoins for payments. So maybe, yeah, I have to adjust my title and use crypto assets, because this is the term that central bank are using. So, but the general population used to use cryptocurrency more often than institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, two. And
just to clarify a bit on a chart you had previously, you had some penetration in savings or penetration in population regarding the savings with Bitcoin. I didn't know how to read that one. Was the 5 to nearly 10% increase, was that out of the wealth wallet, or was it out of the population in Canada? How should I read that?
Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, during the pandemic, so the survey was started in 2016. We didn't have data for 2020. At that time, the pandemic was. But what happened in Canada was that people are not able to spend their money, and they invested either in crypto or other conventional financial assets. And we have a full paper based on this year on 2021, and we actually show what are the main driver of this increase. Beside that, we have these fintech companies that started to offer cryptocurrency along other conventional financial asset, and was very easy to invest during that time in crypto asset. Beside that increase, we saw that their holdings were pretty small. Most of them invested small amount just to see how it is, to experiment a little bit. And, yeah.
The trends were clear and, to be honest, quite insightful. What I didn't know how to read was the 9-something% at the end. How should I read that percentage?
The 9%?
Exactly.
Yeah, those percentage are for the most recent surveys, because the survey was conducted every year in December. So indeed, we have a small decrease after the FTX bankruptcy, and in 2022, 2023, the percentage was around 10%. Yeah, in terms of adoption.
Yeah, please, there is another question here.
Hi there, thanks very much for that. My name's Sarah Payne, I'm from the British Embassy here in Chișinău. I just wondered if you had a sense of how attitudes to crypto might look in a country like Moldova, perhaps as a context where trust in and attitudes to more traditional financial sector might look quite different from Canada.
Oh yeah, that's also interesting for me. Maybe we should run a survey to see what's going on here in Moldova, given also the war context. So I don't know, I don't have evidence related to cryptocurrency adoption here in Moldova. But yeah, maybe in the future I would like to collaborate and maybe run a survey to see what's the situation here as well.
More questions? No? Yeah, please.
So something interesting that you mentioned in your talk is that cryptocurrencies, as you coined them, are being adopted because of friends, neighbors, acquaintances. Now, I don't know, this may be a little bit beyond the scope of your paper, but do you have any insights into how this network spread occurs? How quickly, how rapidly, geographically perhaps? This might be also an interesting, research idea to complement, of course, the paper.
Yeah, that's why, because network is important, especially when we are talking about this technology. And we saw that in our results. And more recently, we also add a new question in our survey. How many friends do you know in your network that own Bitcoins? So we see an increase over time. And we also see that in our result that especially for female. There is another study showing that mainly female are more likely to own Bitcoin because their family, colleagues, or friends are owning Bitcoin. So, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe we can stop here.
Thank you.
And Claudio Negrea, the floor is yours.
Morning to all, estimated governors, deputy governors, honorable high-level representative, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here. Already our vice governor said you that National Bank of Romania celebrates 145 years since the launching new concept in our country, which is 16 burst of new central bank. We are old institution, but with new ideas. We try to understand technology, we try to adapt to new technology and try to embrace them. Unfortunately, Romania is a small country, but we try to encourage small companies to develop new technologies because we have strong internet coverage, we have high skills on the IT department, so we encourage our fintechs to develop new solutions. The fintechs intended to develop new solutions also in banking sector. Banking sector provides new opportunities for them. Also, the EU legislation helped them to be considered like a financial institution, provide them all the legislative aspects for them to develop new products, especially in the payment sector, which is where is my involvement right now. So, okay. So you see, in all EU states and also on EU level authorities, there is the need to know and understand the new technologies. Also, from National Bank of Romania, this challenge is quite high. Since 2019, National Bank of Romania operates a fintech innovation hub. Why? Because nobody knows about the legal requirements, nobody knows about the compliance aspects. So it's quite challenging for a tech guy to understand how to do with the AML, how to do with the resilience, how to be protected against cyber attacks, how to be reliable, and how to address the Romanian consumers. Because the Romanian consumer has something particular. They want to be very easy to use the financial products, to not know about anything regarding the uses of technology which is behind of this new means of payments, and also they are found to be secured. So it's quite challenging to address this problem, to protect their funds, to protect their investment. My colleague already said you about the Bitcoin adoption in Canada. Also Romania, it's a lot of crypto paradise, as I said, but nobody don't understand what means by crypto. It's not a currency, to answer to your question. EU legislation said it's an active. It's probably a financial instrument, but you don't have the financial protection for the consumers. So it's tricky to say it like this. So how MBR are doing with this? The most important role is the role of catalyst. We bring to our premises the fintech companies. We are trying to understand their projects, try to understand their solution, and try to explain the legal requirements. So here we try to take the traditional services to the new digitalized services. Nowadays, a lot of Romanians are used to make payment instantly via their mobile phones. Also, we are totally encouraging the new regulation in the digitalization sector, like FIDA regulation, like MiCA, DORA requirements, PSD3, which will be quite challenging on the EU level, especially regarding the fraudulent transaction. Unfortunately, in all over the world, not only in Europe, the digitalization took with us a lot of problems, especially regarding the protection of the funds, the vulnerability regarding the cyber attacks. Also, my colleague said some big crypto providers suffer some losses regarding their data. So we try to address these problems and to explain for the new tech companies what are the main focus for them to protect the investor money. So we have four major objectives for this FinTech Innovation Hub. Support the innovation and understand it, to address appropriate means of regulation, to develop new services for Romanian clients and potentially for European ones, because we are a EU member. So all the licensing authorities and entities in Romania could passport their activities all over the Europe. And not the least, increase the financial inclusion. In our country, the level of the financial inclusion is quite low, unfortunately, but we have a strong focus to address this problem. We have a lot of campaigns to educate the Romanian consumers. Also, the central bank have some internal campaigns. And also, the fintech companies develop new products in Romanian market that address the lack of infrastructure on our country. Because we have a lot of rural areas where there are not a banking infrastructures there, but the fintech companies try to address this with different tellers machine, online onboarding with no presence, and different kind of innovation solution. From our perspective, the FinTech Innovation Hub is quite a good solution. Why? Because we have 66 applications since we launched the product. We have already 4 companies that gained the license, and now we are speaking, we have another 11 companies that are on authorization, final process of an authorization as a payment institution in our country. They bring a lot of interesting services, but most of them are done to process in real-time payments, and especially to develop new kind of solution, like QR code-based payment solution, like top-up with a link, pay by your phone number, new solutions that are already addressed in Romania, and Romanian customers are quite used to use it, and they want to develop more products like this. And also we saw on the crypto, the population from Romania, if they have this traditional banking solution, which are customer for their needs, try to not invest so much in the crypto. Because in the beginning they thought, okay, I will buy some crypto because the fees are quite high. But nowadays, you have to think about in EU legislation said that all payment institutions from Europe have to make instant payment in euro, cheaper, addressable, and instant since 2027 for the non-euro members, and since this year for euro members. So money remittance and money movement across Europe will be easier, cheaper, and faster. On our MBR FinTech Innovation Hub, we have a lot of solutions, but most of them are concentrated in the payments field. Also, we're talking about cloud solution, biometric ID. Also, on EU level, we have a new regulation regarding the digital ID. We're talking about blockchain. We have some companies, big companies in Romania who offer crypto asset services. We adopt the MiCA regulation and we establish the national competencies, and also the Central Bank of Romania have some competencies regarding the EMT. And we are totally important for us is to understand the risk and to understand these technologies. It's a need for a sandbox. It's a need for a FinTech Innovation Hub. From our experience, yes. But why? Because for a central banker, we are not tech guys. We are economists, we are researchers, we are person who try to address financial stability, but knowing the risk addressed by new technologies. So our objective is support the digitalization, but maintaining the financial stability and protect the Romanian consumers. The MBR sandbox is compared to similar jurisdiction. We have a strong collaboration with all the EU institutions and authorities, and we try to offer for the Romanian fintech companies the best knowledge that we have on the EU level. How to ensure that we learn in sandboxes and the market can be increased? Yes, but only if we share all the information that we can share with the companies, because they have limited resources. Usually a fintech company is a small company with a good idea, but they don't have enough resources, not only financially one, also with the specialists, especially in compliance, because compliance is quite hard in the financial sector. I already talked about the collaboration between authorities. It's a key objective for us, not only to do a research, also to have a lot of meetings with the fintech players in the financial field. We organize a lot of events in Romania. We participate to the public events that our fintech association will organize. And also in Romania, we have a strong collaboration between our Romanian Banking Association and Romanian Fintech Association. They stay together to the same table, discuss the new project, and to address new risks that are taken by new technologies right now. And also the Romanian credit institutions, which are quite big, they buy a lot of fintechs and implemented their solution to all their consumers. This is my short presentation. I want to be brief. This research was done with also my colleagues from Romania Academy. I am a PhD student from Romania Academy, and it's based on our international research, but also on our experience from the central banks. I totally open the floor for the questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Well, we will take questions on the room. Please raise your hands, please.
Thank you. What is your experience with the fintechs in your innovation hub? Normally, you say the US innovates, China copies, Europe regulates.
Yeah.
So you're a part of the regulation.
Yeah.
And 80% of your presentation was about regulation.
Yeah.
I'm not against regulation. I mean, understand me correctly. I'm in a regulated sector as a bank. So fintechs normally are these flashy, wonderful, innovative people, and then they meet the bureaucracy of an organization which is 145 years old.
Yeah.
So I liked that you said you learn a lot from them.
Yeah.
Is there anything moving there too? You said you adapted MiCA,
yeah.
And MiCA gives there some opportunities, but MiCA moves the fintechs more to the banks, to be more regulated, to be more controlled. You have then DORA, and then you mentioned too PSD3, which is another complication. So do you see, my question is now, do you see in your experience that you become a little bit more flexible as a regulator, or do you force the innovative fintechs into the strong corset of the regulation?
National Bank of Romania tried to address. From our perspective of regulator, we saw that Europe have a lot of regulation, that all the regulation probably could stop a little bit the innovation in Europe, but this also helped them, because it's very easy for them to understand the market, to understand the risk. If you don't have this regulatory framework, it's very difficult for them to understand what is the financial sector. It's a fintech company, they don't know the financial sector. And also we have the traditional banks, they respect a lot of rules. So when you're talking about competition, they said, okay, I'm totally open for new technologies, I'm totally open for fintechs, but they have to play the same rule, because we are fighting for the same consumers. So for me, as a bank, I have a lot of requirements. For a small companies that address the same consumer, they have no regulation. So we try to understand the requirements and try to adapt them and to explain in a easier way, not technical one, not a bureaucratic one to the fintechs, and they appreciate very much our perception, and they understand also the regulation, why it was done like this. Because the risks are quite high in the financial sector. We already face a lot of problems regarding the protection of the funds, regarding the protection of the assets, because unfortunately we have not on the war with arms, we have also a cyber war against our borders. So to protect the consumers' funds is funds and trust, because it's also a matter of trust. To protect the fund and trust is most crucial for the financial sector. Thank you.
More questions in the audience? No?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please, Alexandru.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, maybe I will switch that one off because I'm a bit taller, so I will keep this one in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first and foremost say that it is an honor for me to be able to represent the National Bank of Moldova and to be able to tell you a little bit about the research, the ongoing research that we have currently into using the very latest technologies, the very latest artificial intelligence technologies into trying to better predict banking defaults and the stability of banks and the financial system. So I will start off with the objectives of the paper that I have worked on and that I'm going to present to you today. So the first objective is to develop a large language model, which is a ChatGPT style tool which is capable to analyze the financial performance of a bank and is able to give it a score which will tell the bank, or will tell us, the regulators, whether the bank is susceptible or risks defaulting on its obligations. We're also going to be looking not only at banks, but because the National Bank of Moldova now also has non-bank financial institutions in its purview, we're also going to be looking at other financial entities to see how they can be assessed by a risk scoring model. We're going to compare the performance of this large language model that we are developing with the performance of the leading econometric, statistical, machine learning methods to see whether we are able to achieve an increase in performance. We're going to train the model on a diverse set of institutions, on a diverse set of financial institutions, on a diverse set of default events, so that we are able to capture crises, different types of crisis events, be these crises of solvency, crises of liquidity, or other types of financial distress. We're going to develop a metric that is simple enough for a large language model because, you know, these ChatGPT style tools, they are becoming increasingly advanced. They are starting to become more and more sophisticated, but in terms of actually calculating complicated financial ratios, they are still not there yet. So the objective is also to develop a simple enough metric that the large language model can calculate autonomously on its own without the need for intense supervision on our behalf. But the metric also has to be insightful enough to be used by the regulator for meaningful financial stability and supervision purposes. And of course, we're going to test if financial ratios alone are enough to explain the performance of a bank, because it is well known in the literature and in practice that financial ratios are considered to be very important and the telltale signs of risks in banks. So let's test if this is indeed the case. Now, the paper is founded on a fundamental paradigm that is always true in finance, and it remains true, of course, in the banking sector, and that is the risk-reward couple. And we always face risks and rewards within the financial system, and banks are just the same, but perhaps even more linked to this paradigm, because the bank faces a risk-reward challenge on two facets. First, in its relationship with depositors, but also in its relationship with debtors. In its relationship with the depositors, of course, the depositors bring in funds. That is the reward, and the reward for those funds is the interest that they expect. But the risk is that the bank might fail, and therefore the depositor might not get their funds back. In terms of the relationship between the bank and the debtors, now it's the bank which is investing money into the debtors in the form of loans, but it's the debtors that risk failing. And at this point, you have again the risk-reward paradigm that the bank is now confronted with a second time. So this will be a central pillar of the paper that we're going to be looking at through and through in creating and in developing the risk metrics that are going to be fundamental to the large language model. Now, in keeping with this risk-reward paradigm, and in also putting things into context a little bit in terms of the way central banks have evolved since 2008, and since the great financial crisis, central bankers have been very interested in and have been very engaged in advancing the regulatory, the prudential, the supervision toolkit with more and more instruments to help us make better policy choices and decisions to prevent risk from accumulating within the financial system. And of course, this toolkit, which was complemented with the macroprudential instruments that we have, now consists of lots and lots of financial indicators. In keeping with the risk-reward paradigm that is going to be central to this paper, the indicators will be separated into two groups: profitability, reward-based indicators, and risk-based metrics. Now, in terms of the reward indicators, we have the typical that we would expect to see, the return indicators like return on assets, return on equity, the interest-based indicators like the net interest margin, net interest spread, non-interest indicators, shareholder indicators like price-to-earnings ratios, and of course efficiency indicators like the cost-to-income ratio, which are telltale signs of whether a bank is doing well or the bank is missing out on some of its potential and perhaps facing issues. In terms, of course, of the risk metrics, we have the key indicators of financial distress that we would observe as regulators, the solvency indicators. This is the capital adequacy ratio, the CET1 ratio, the leverage ratio. We have credit risk monitored through NPLs, non-performing loans. We have market risk, liquidity risk, with new indicators introduced by the Basel III regulations recently, and over time they've been implemented, first the LCR and then more recently the NSFR, which are indicators meant to make sure that banks stay liquid and have liquid assets even during times of stress and particular distress. And then we also have the operational risks like expected operational loss. So the paper is going to be looking at how we can use financial indicators to predict bank defaults, both by a large language model and by traditional models. And in doing so, the paper is going to be merging two strands of the literature. We first have a strand of the literature shown in blue here above, which shows us how historically the prediction of defaults of banking institutions has evolved. And we've started trying to predict how banking institutions default in 1947 with Finney's work, which was based on the work of Bliss in 1934. So we've started using basic, statistical, tried and tested econometric models. So this was the statistical modeling side of things. It first started a long time ago, so this is not something new. We're trying to predict how banks are going to default for a long time. We then evolved with more advanced methods, and this mostly started after 2010-ish, when machine learning models became trendy, when they became accessible as well because of the computing power that already became available to us. And new methods started to become available. Some of these methods are very well detailed in the works of Zhu, Brown, and Moose. So these are the machine learning methods, more sophisticated. And more recently, we started to have deep learning methods. Deep learning methods are neural networks, where we try to simulate, where we try to predict things by simulating the functioning of the human brain. And the most recent type, and there are models that have tried to use neural networks, and Dima and Vasilaki are a very good example of such a paper. But we don't yet have any papers trying to predict the default of banks using large language models, the most advanced deep learning method, which uses very advanced neural networks combined with natural language processing techniques. So we don't yet have such papers. We don't have ChatGPT-style predictors as of the moment, and this is what this paper is going to be contributing. It's going to be merging all of the literature on large language models with this literature on predicting bank defaults and using the latest available technologies to do so. So what is the paper going to be based on? What data are we looking at? Now, we're looking at data for 64 financial institutions. Out of these 64 financial institutions, 59 are banks and 6 are non-bank financial institutions. Of the 59 banks, 29 are from developed economies. That's the upper half of the square. And 30 are from developing nations. That's the lower part of the chart of countries. 16 of the developing nations are from transition economies, and these transition economies are both from the EU and countries which are hoping to adhere to the European Union as well. And so they are from Central and Eastern and Southeastern Europe. 26 of the entities are failed institutions. One entity is a failed non-bank financial institution, and the other institutions are healthy. The sample that the paper covers includes major financial blocs like the G20, which is shown in pink, the European Union, which is shown in blue, and the BRICS countries, which are shown in red. Now, the data, what do we do with it? What exactly is this data? So the data is financial reports for these banks and non-bank financial institutions. Quarterly reports were preferred, but because some of the banks that I'm analyzing, in particular the defaulted ones, have defaulted in the 1980s, not for all of them quarterly data was available. So some of them are annual. This was somewhat less preferred. The length of the reports varies between 3 for the most brief reports and 1,540 pages for the longest financial report. And they include, and the date of the reports is either for active banks, which have not failed, the latest quarterly report available as of the date of collection, and for the failed banks, it's the last report before the bank failed. So this means that it's a 3-month before failure report. And in the case of some banks, it's almost a 1 year before failure report. So this is what we're going to be dealing with. We're going to take this data, and for the large language model, we are going to give it access to the full amount of the paper, of the documents. So they will get everything, the entire content of the reports. And the large language models will analyze this information and provide output in the form of a score, which we will see in a couple of seconds. But for traditional methods, for all of the traditional methods that we will be using, statistical methods, machine learning methods, neural networks, and deep learning, these methods require that we perform manual extraction of variables in order to input them into the model. I looked at all of these reports. Now, of course, as you may imagine, the data contained and the amount of indicators contained in every report is quite enormous, is quite huge. But when comparing the availability of indicators across all of these banks, only 6 indicators appear for all of the banks in our sample. And these indicators are loan growth, profit variation, the loan-to-deposit ratio, cost-to-income ratio, the capital adequacy, which is the risk indicator by default, and of course non-performing loans, which is a major indicator of the health of a financial institution. So the 2 research questions are, because we have a limited set of data that's available for all of the banks in our sample, we're of course going to want to try to use all of the available data to make the best model possible. But the question, of course, is also, can we only use the financial ratios to make good predictions. So limiting the sample only to financial ratios. And these are the methods that I've tested. So we first and foremost have the most typical, traditionally used methods. These are the tried and tested workhorses of econometrics and analysis in central banks, ministries, and everywhere we go. Of course, this is the linear regression, the logistic regression. We know them well. They are, standards in the field of financial analysis. Then I also test more modern machine learning techniques, somewhat more modern machine learning techniques, random forest, XGBoost. What do they allow us to do? They allow us to not only capture linear relationships, but non-linearities as well. That is, more complex dynamics in the relationships between variables to make better predictions. Then I also use newer methods, to some extent, newer methods. Naive Bayes is a probabilistic approach, but don't be fooled by its name. It's actually a very powerful method which assigns probabilities to different classes. So if I'm dividing my banks into defaulted and non-defaulted, it will give me probabilities of seeing each one of these instances. K-nearest neighbors is a clustering method. What it does is it creates centers of gravity. For example, in the room, imagine that there are 3 centers of gravity, one which shows people that have a very good credit score, one with people that have a modest credit score, and maybe one with people that have a very maybe overdrafts on their credit card. So K-nearest neighbor will create centers of gravity and group observations along these centers of gravity. We have support vector machines. It's also a rather new method, well, relatively new method. What it does is it takes a whole space and divides it into separate areas. For example, in a room, we could imagine creating a wall which would separate people with good credit histories from people with bad credit histories. And then we have the neural networks. These try to simulate the functioning of the brain, and they can enhance the amount of information that we have. So we have only 6 variables. We're able to create combinations, neural combinations of variable to increase the predictive power of our sample. And finally, the large language model, which is the ChatGPT style tool. It's an advanced neural network combined with natural language processing, which is going to produce the most sophisticated results, as we're going to see in a couple of seconds. And these are the performance, this is the performance of the traditional methods. These are the top performing traditional methods without the LLM. The LLM we will add at the end, and we will compare to see how it fares against the best of what we had so far in the literature. So the SVM, the one that creates a wall through the room, is the top performer within the 4 variable specification. And as you can see, to the question of can we produce accurate results if we only look at financial ratios, yes, we can. We can actually predict 88.5% of the observations correctly only with financial ratios using the SVM method. So it is a powerful method, and we can produce good results only with financial metrics, with financial ratios. We also have good results for the precision, recall, sensitivity, and specificity scores. These are a bit more difficult to, these metrics are a bit more difficult to understand, but precision shows us of all of the values that we predicted as defaulting, how many of them actually predicted. And then recall tells us of all of the banks that defaulted, how many did we correctly predict? And specificity tells us of all the banks that were healthy, how many did we correctly predict? So we have good scores for the naive Bayes. Remember, I said we should not underestimate it because of its name, because it's actually a very powerful method in terms of predicting healthy banks, in terms of making sure that we get the healthy ones right. But the SVM, of course, is the top performer here. In terms of the larger model, the 6 variable specification, things change a little bit. Now it's the naive Bayes method that is the dominant method, and we are able to achieve very high performance. And the SVM and the neural networks are also a very close second. Why are neural networks better when we have a 6 variable model? It's because they leverage more information and they're able to complexify this information better. This is why they become a better predictor when we have more variables. So these are the accuracy metrics compared across all of the models that we evaluated. And the highest accuracy among the statistical methods, the machine learning, the deep learning, was the naive Bayes, the SVM, support vector machines, and the neural network. Naive Bayes is consistently a strong performer. SVM also has good performance under certain circumstances, especially with the smaller data sets, with the smaller variable specifications, and neural network performance increases when we increase the complexity, that is, we have more variables to work with. Otherwise, it does not have enough information to produce those coveted results. In terms of false positives and false negatives, we're a central bank. Credibility is very important to us, so we want to make sure that when we produce a result, that result is correct. So we want to, of course, minimize the false positives, but especially the false negatives when we are classifying bank defaults. We want to avoid a situation in which we say that a bank is going to be healthy, but in actuality, this bank will default. So we are very interested in reducing these red lines, which show us the false negatives. And out of all of these methods, now this is going to be for the methods that we tested, the 6-variable model on the left-hand side of your screen and the 4-variable model on the right-hand side of the screen. So as you can see, this red line is reduced for the random forest the most in the case of the 4-variable specification, and in the case of the 6-variable specification, we see that it's the smallest for the SVM. So SVM, XGBoost, Naive Bayes, and random forest have a very consistently low false negative score. So we would want, in principle, to use, as a central bank who values its credibility, we would want to use such methods because they are able to produce better results than the traditional linear methods that are widely known and in principle used in practice across the board. So we would want to transition to these more advanced methods. And one more note that I would make in terms of which variables are important in terms of explaining the results that we get, whether a bank defaults or whether a bank does not default. So the most important variables that were found to explain the default or non-default situation of a bank are the cost-to-income ratio, which is shown in gray, and the non-performing loans ratio, which is shown in red. Now, the logistic and linear specifications models, they show a large concentration on these two variables, but some of the other methods, the more advanced methods like the random forest, XGBoost, machine learning methods, the SVMs, the neural network, they assign more equal importance to the different features. What does this mean? This means that they find the value in the features, they find the nonlinear relationships that these other models are missing. And this is why they are able to give us better performance. And of course, this is a cue that we are going to get even better performance, perhaps with a large language model. So what is a large language model? It's a model that can synthesize very large volumes of information and extract the key information, the key features. Because these large language models are a generative process, this means that they create their replies probabilistically based on probabilities of the next information being presented being correct. They are in principle prone to a phenomenon called hallucination. And of course, hallucination, what does that mean? It produces information that looks to be correct, but factually it is not. So, of course, as a central bank, we want to minimize this problem. We want to avoid it altogether. So what do we need to do? We will need to make a mechanism that will allow the LLM to create a metric or a score that can be cross-validated automatically by the LLM itself, actually, and so that we don't have to do all of, well, we will do the hard work of supervising it, but so that we are a little bit, the burden is not so large on us. So what we're going to do is we need a metric that's simple enough for the LLM to correctly calculate autonomously, be meaningful enough from this perspective of risk-reward, the risk-reward paradigm that's important in the field of finance, and it has to contain this cross-validation mechanism. Now, the indicator of risk that I construct is derived from the principle that risk is, of course, something bad that we want to stop, but risk is mitigated to a certain extent by profitability. So these two indicators, they act in opposite directions. The the sunny side of things, and of course the dark moon, cloudy side of things. So I'm going to configure a new type of probability of default indicator, which is going to be the difference between risk and profitability. Risk and profitability will vary on an interval from 1 to 5. So the higher the risk, the worse it is. The higher the probability, the better it is. And this acts as a mitigant. In both cases, of course, higher values indicate a more confident classification by the large language model, which is going to be assigning these scores. And of course, the final score that we're going to be looking at is going to vary on an interval from -4 to 4. Of course, 5 minus 1 is 4, and 1 minus 5 is -4. So it's going to go from -4 to 4. -4 is an exemplarily safe bank. It's, absolute negative risk. No risk at all with this bank. And 4 is a bank that's imminently going to default. And 2, for my classification purposes, as soon as the indicator is above 0, I'm going to consider that the bank is risky and that it has a potential to default. And as soon as the indicator goes below 0, I'm going to consider that this bank is safe and in principle will not default in the coming 3 months. How does the LLM compare then? What do the results show? Now, the results of the LLM show that it is able to achieve a phenomenal level of performance of 93.8%. That's close to 94% of all of the banks, whether they have defaulted or whether they are healthy, were correctly classified. That's 5.3 percentage points higher than the next best model, which is the SVM. The LLM is also able to do something very important for us, which we very much want. It's able to help us to reduce our false negatives rates from 8%, which was the minimum before with the random forest model. So 8% of them were false negatives. In 8% of the cases, we said the bank's not going to default, but it defaulted, which is bad for us and for our image. And of course, with the LLMs, we reduced that by 4.9 percentage points, which means more than half, to only 3.1%, which means that the LLM, from a regulatory standpoint, suddenly becomes much more practicable, suddenly becomes much more interesting and usable than any of the other methods that we were investigating previously. And we even have a gain in terms of accuracy, a significant one at that. So what are the key takeaways from this paper? Given the high level of performance, the LLM models can act as an efficient and comprehensive alternative to complement the regulatory toolkit. What do they allow us to do? They allow us to save on time. We don't have to manually extract the indicators. The LLM can do that. And with explainable AI, they can also tell us what exactly were the important features in their decision, where exactly they took the information from, and what we should be careful about as regulators. The LLM model produces the highest scores, so we have a gain in terms of accuracy. It's close to 94%. And it significantly reduces false negative cases. This means that it is safer for us to use than if we were to use a traditional model. Established methods are also shown to produce commendable performance. We saw that naive Bayes, despite its name, produces consistently high results, which is also good. We have a fallback. We have also a validation mechanism to make sure that we're producing correct results. And under certain conditions, we can configure SVMs to do the same. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexandru. Well, we'll take, yes, please, Dimitru.
Hi. First of all, I'm very glad and pleased to learn that National Bank of Moldova finally does something on the research side. So the Deputy Governor, thanks for that, for bringing that. Yeah, a few remarks maybe would be useful. I really doubt that LLM can be used as something that computers score. I think it should be at the beginning of the production, let's say as an input in any non-parametric regressions, let's say as sentiment analysis. You do read all the Facebook posts, or you read all the headlines, and you convert it into numbers, and you use it as an input in your model, or you use at the end of the production, where you put in the context, where, let's say, during an economic acceleration or decelerations, those risk metrics have to be interpreted in different ways. Because that's probably one of the reasons why we don't have that many papers. using LLM as risk indicators computation. Huh? Second remark is I doubt that you really can interpret what are the most important features, because that's the beauty of the non-parametrics, right? You take the data, you put it all together, you compute it, and it's something, interpretability is a bit problematic for non-parametric. Yeah, you can use shape, you can everything like this, but it's not this much. So, first of all, in conclusion, what I would suggest is like to use the LLM either to produce a report at the end of the production or to be at the beginning. But that is my interpretation of what I've heard. But it doesn't matter what you're going to answer. It's the fact that National Bank of Moldova is doing this kind of research. It's already such major achievement for you guys.
Well, to your remarks, I think you do mention something that is important. Using the LLM in the workflow of the National Bank of Moldova. Now, the objective for us is to increase and to expand our toolkit of instruments that we have. And making sure that we have all of the instruments available for our toolkit, especially the very high performance ones, like the more advanced neural networks, like the more advanced AI-based methods, such as the LLM. I think this is, the key objective for us. Now, whether we use it at the beginning of the workflow that we use, or at the end of the workflow, or actually in both the beginning and the end of the workflows, because the LLM can be a source of brainstorming, it can also be a source of validation. So regardless of where we use it, the fact that we have it and the fact that we are able to extract performance out of it is important. Now, you also mentioned another our area of doubt in terms of feature importance, and that's a very important thing to mention. Many of these models, and I'm not speaking about LLMs in particular, we can go straight to the random forest and XGBoost. The first generation of machine learning models have come under attack for the fact that they are unable to provide us the very clear explanation for the contribution of variables towards the final result. And that is a true and valid concern for us as central bankers. And this is why the logistic regression method will always have a home at the National Bank of Moldova and other central institutions worldwide. But this doesn't mean that we're going to stand still, that we're only going to use it. We're going to advance our toolkit. We're going to seek the maximum possible performance, because in empirical economics, you do make some theoretical points, but in empirical economics, performance matters. And we want to deliver in terms of performance, both for ourselves and for the important consumers of our financial services. That's the population of the Republic of Moldova and the banking sector. So we want to make sure that we deliver performance, and this is one step that helps us towards giving better performance and making more accurate predictions and results.
Thank you. There is another question here.
Thank you. Just that you know, the organizers pay me to ask questions here. That's why. First of all, I like that very much, that the National Bank of Moldova is investing into mathematics. I love mathematics. However, you are putting probabilities on probabilities. LLMs normally are not thought to be at 94%, they're more at 85%. So you ask LLM to higher this probability. Okay, from the point of view of a bank who is then getting your results and is told, oh, you're -3, you're going bankrupt. Who is going to sign off on that, dear Deputy Governors? You are signing off on a probability model which is not proved, which gets it, even in your comparison, every 7th time wrong. And I, as a bank, then have to prove that it's the other way around. So I think it's a nice to have. I think it's valuable. It might be valuable in the future, but for the time being, I think for banks, this is deadly dangerous. Thank you.
Of course, I will, to your questions to the deputy governors, I would defer, of course, to the deputy governors, but to your question, to the question that you asked directly, what I'm going to say is that, we're not going to, and I do not expect any central institution in the world to come to a bank with only an LLM and, you know, try to make a point only based on an LLM. Most likely, a central bank will come to a bank only after it has sufficient and very concrete evidence to the contrary, which cannot be proven to the contrary by the bank. Otherwise, you know, it would likely not come to you with just an LLM model. But it can help, you know, the bank, because the central bank doesn't always come to the bank, you know, to sanction it. It can also come to the bank to discuss and to suggest to the bank areas for improvement, and the LLM can be a tool that indicates some areas of improvement that perhaps the bank also missed. So the bank might be also benefiting, you know, it is probabilities, but there's a slight chance that you might also benefit from the insights of that LLM. Thank you.
We didn't pay you for this question. So the only thing... This will be the one bottle of wine left. Just to add to what Alexander is saying, think of this not just for banks. Of course, we have just a handful of banks in Moldova, but when you have 200 banks, this can tell you what are most at risk, and then you can look in deeper. But it's also very useful to think of it, the same tool applied to a portfolio where you might have 10,000 firms having loans, and again, they give you a first touch at what you have to pay attention to more than
Thank you. There are two questions. No, first, lady, the lady, Dimitru. There is.
I would support the president, Moldovei Bank, and I think one way to solve the issue is converting this into like a small chat box, or actually the president or anyone from the bank might ask, look, with this all the results, what can I expect in terms of National Bank of Moldova reaction? Or let's say, in this scenario that I have as an economist, what do I think would be the reaction, blah, blah, blah. So that will be the proper LLM application that can solve the problem between both central bank and the banks.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Mette Fonseca from the Danish Central Bank. And Alexander, thanks a lot for a very inspiring presentation. I'm a bit curious about your views on how far can we take AI in this field. I fully support the work which is ongoing here due to the fact that I have some insights in a former murky past as a supervisor, but also as a resolution authority official, and looking at how much manual labor goes into actually crunching the data. I fully support that we use AI to this. But also looking at what happened in 2023, so 2 years ago, where we had a quite significant bank in the US failing, not only because of a bank run, but also because of a bank run. And I'm curious if the models that you're building could take into account, you know, social media, for instance. Suddenly there's a firestorm and building up, and people withdraw the money, not because of the basic data about the bank or its profitability, because they're simply scared, and influencers are actually nudging them into actually doing actions, withdrawing their money, which might not, from your model, be a rational thing. So again, my question is about how far can we take AI also to catch what might not be rational or be something we can read from the core data of a bank?
That is a very good question. Now, and this is something that I haven't shown you because of time constraints, but these particular large language models that we are developing have also the capacity to integrate agentic search into them. Now, what does this mean? This means that they are also capable of crawling the web for information, retrieving information from news sources about the bank, which of course may be true, may be false, may be speculative, but are out there. And they will provide a report, and they can even quantify the influence of these additional news sources on the final grade that the bank would be, in principle, entitled to receive. So outside of the scores, outside of the grading, which of course needs to be cross-validated each time manually for each institution, these models are able to do advanced searches. They are able to stay ahead of the markets. They can do searches both in terms of information about the bank itself, but also information about the current economic conjuncture. That is, how are we on the verge of a crisis? Would this then impact the health of the financial institution potentially? It's able to tell us which financial institutions are risky from an environmental standpoint, which are the ones that manifest some levels of weaknesses, vulnerabilities to external environments. And then for a central bank, of course, this is very important, because the work of the supervisor will never be replaced. We don't want the supervisors, of course, to be replaced by an AI, because the supervisors can make rational choices, and they can make, they can discriminate what is good and what is bad, what is true and what is not true. We want the supervisors kept in the picture, but this helps the supervisor by pinpointing areas of weaknesses, vulnerabilities, that we can then focus our limited, oftentimes, resources on these institutions that actually need our help, because we're not only there to sanction, we're also there to help and maintain the stability of the financial sector as a whole, which is important for each and every actor. The failure of one bank is bad for the central bank, but it's also bad for all of the other banks in the sector. So this is, why these are very good, both predictive methods that we can use at the beginning of the workflow to kind of pinpoint to us where the areas of risk are, and then at the end of the workflow to give us a cross-validation score to make sure that to give us more confidence in the results that we have produced with our own analysis, of course.
Thank you. There is another question over there.
Thank you, Mr. Monaco, for the highly technical presentation. I'm Vera Condrato from the National Commission, and I have a more practical question to ask you. What is your assessment of local central institutions implementing more actively LLM models? And how fast do you think, or you would expect as a researcher, this adoption to occur given our critical need to develop our local market for a successful adoration to the EU?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think, in terms of the adoption of LLMs, it is coming either way. The important thing for us to do is to be able to configure the adoption of these tools and to implement these tools into our workflows in such a way that it helps our essential processes and our mission-critical tasks in a way that speeds us up, makes us more resilient to potential shocks, and gives us an edge over potential risks, and so that we make less mistakes in doing and performing our activities. In terms of timeframes, it's very difficult to give a time frame in terms of widespread adoption. This is a very first initiative. This is something that's looking at international banks. Of course, adopting it, for the local market requires investment in infrastructure, in local infrastructure. This is also an important part of it. This is also something that we're going to be considering looking forward. But I think, in principle, we have the capacity with what exists as of now. We have the capacity to implement LLMs as a helper. As a helping tool. We still need, to potentially improve, our access to certain cutting-edge technologies to maybe, be to lead in this area, but we don't, expect to necessarily be the leaders in this area in the first place, because there are a lot of competitors. So I expect that, within a 1 to 2 year time frame, LLMs will become more common, perhaps not, widespread, but will become more common. And then I think, past the 2 year mark, with the rapid progress that LLMs have had, you've seen in 2023, LLMs were very often hallucinating. In 2024, with the advent of GPT 4.1, the quality of their answers significantly improved. And so really, from the timeline even of papers that, major papers that happened, every year there is a major innovation. So I expect that in 2 year times we should be ready for the future.
Hear, hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's the break time. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for the fascinating research presentations. We now invite you to join us for the lunch break, where you can continue the discussions and network with fellow participants. We will reconvene in 1 hour to further explore financial technologies and their transformative impact on emerging markets. Welcome back, everyone. Now, we are pleased to introduce Mr. John Frost, Head of Innovation and the Digital Economy at the prestigious Bank for International Settlements, who will deliver today's first keynote address. Welcome back, everyone. Now, we are pleased to introduce Mr. John Frost, Head of Innovation and the Digital Economy at the prestigious Bank for International Settlements, who will deliver today's first keynote address.
Dear Governor Drago, estimated governors, deputy governors of central banks, honorable high representative levels, distinguished colleagues and guests. It's an honor for me to be here and welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had a chance to recharge and reflect inside the discussion that we had so far. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next special speaker, Mr. John Frost, who is a leading voice at the intersection of the finance and technology. Mr. Frost holds a PhD in economics from the University of Groningen, and now is currently serves as Head of Innovation and Digital Economy on the Bank of International Settlement. In his role, he leads pioneering research on fintechs, central bank digital currency, and broader implication in digital transformation in finance. He also has a career in a Financial Stability Board at the central bank, and also he's a researcher at the VU University of Amsterdam, and is also a research affiliate of the Cambridge Center of Alternative Finance of University of Cambridge. With this, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Frost. Thank you.
As mentioned, my name is John Frost, and I'm Head of Innovation and Digital Economy at the BIS in Basel, Switzerland. And before I start, I just wanted to say, one of the great things of working at the BIS is that we are a global institution with colleagues from literally all around the world. Those who've been to the BIS in Basel know that outside you see the flags of many different countries. And we have 63 shareholder central banks, and I think staff from just as many countries, a number of nationalities. So my own team includes team members from Argentina, from Germany, from Greece, Hong Kong, Italy, India, Korea, and the United States, where I'm from. But we also work with colleagues from Brazil, China, Peru, the Philippines, South Africa, and many more countries. And at the outset, I want to recall one colleague of ours in particular with whom I had the privilege to work, who came from Moldova. So many of you know him and may have worked with him. I got to know Arkady Albul when he was working in the BIS banking department. Arkady was a quick, sharp, and friendly colleague, both an excellent asset manager and a great person to work with. You can imagine that when we heard the news of his appointment as Deputy Governor at the National Bank of Moldova, we were very proud for him, but we weren't really surprised. We knew that he would go on to do great things and that he would bring the same energy, wit, and charm to everything that he did. I spoke with Arkady a couple of years ago, soon after he had taken on the role. I remember him telling me about some of the challenges the economy was facing after the pandemic and then, of course, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He was sharing his concerns about this, but I remember distinctly also his optimism about the important policy and technological developments underway in Moldova. He was telling me, you really have to come and see for yourself, there's a lot going on. And I said, okay, I'd be happy to do so at some point. I understand that with other members of the board, he worked on many important things around fast payments, open finance, and I understand that he contributed to some of the important foundations that continue to pay off today. Of course, it's now just over a year ago that we heard the news of his passing. He left the world much too early, but he does leave behind a shining example of public service, and he reminded us that what all of we do matters. And he showed us that even in a short time and against the odds, whether geopolitics or from one's own health, it's possible to make a difference. And that's what I wanted to choose as the theme of what I say today. It's making a difference with digital technology, because I think that all of us as public servants really can do important things, and technology can be a tool to help achieve that. So our main argument is that digital technology opens up incredible possibilities to advance the public good. And that's not just a platitude or something that we've, that we say. It's something that we've seen in country after country around the world over the past decade. And I'll show some examples of that shortly. Specifically, digital innovations have already revolutionized payments. Fast payment systems, or FPS, have been adopted in more and more countries around the world. Our World Bank colleagues say that there's about 100 at last count, maybe even a bit more now. As we show in our research, the uptake of digital payments can pay macro dividends in terms of growth, in terms of helping to formalize informal activities, the so-called shadow economy, and much more. But it's not just payments. Innovation is increasingly spreading to credit, to savings and investment, to insurance and beyond. In other words, the full gamut of financial services. And as I think we've already been talking about some today, and as the governor referred to also in her remarks this morning, there's a number of use cases that can really help to revolutionize financial markets more generally and to help improve financial development. So I'll briefly touch on the example of open finance, which is, I think, quite important in quite a few jurisdictions, and then tokenization as one technological capability with potentially widespread uses. Importantly, there is a clear potential for emerging market economies to leapfrog legacy solutions and to move toward the technological frontier. Some countries have launched multiple initiatives, others focus more on specific areas. That's a strategic choice for each jurisdiction. But I think the question is, what can be learned from the example of other jurisdictions around the world? And I'll try to draw on some of the research that we've done at the BIS to show what are some of the lessons. And of course, I'm happy to have a dialogue and to learn also from the Moldovan counterparts what you see as the lessons from your experience to date. So let's start with a little bit of context. Over the past decade and a half, digital innovation has played a key role in promoting access to financial services like transaction accounts. I would be remiss not to use the great statistics of the World Bank Findex report, which just came out recently, which is a treasure trove of data. So globally, 79% of adults had an account at a bank, a mobile money provider, or both in 2024, up from about 51% in 2011. That's seen on the left. As seen on the right, there's also been a notable narrowing of the gender gap in access to transaction accounts. So the difference between men and women has also narrowed. It now stands at only 4 percentage points, down from around 9 percentage points in 2011. One important driver of greater adoption has been the rise of fast payments. In countries around the world, we see dozens of transactions per capita per month. That's shown on the left. This comes from a data set published in the BIS quarterly review, where we look at the uptake in terms of transactions per capita of fast payment systems, operated both by central banks and by the private sector. Why is it that some of these systems have become more widely adopted than others? Well, in the research, we find a number of common factors that have turned out to be quite important. We find that fast payment systems that are operated by central banks tend to be more widely adopted than those operated by the private sector. Those that have a role for non-banks that provide competition with incumbent banks tend to be very widely adopted. And those that have a multitude of use cases. Interestingly, in this research, we didn't find that real-time settlement versus deferred net settlement makes an important difference. In many of the jurisdictions that's shown on the right, we also see that there's a decline in the use of cash that corresponds with the introduction of fast payment systems, but it still persists. It's not that it's declining entirely, and of course, cash is still a very important means of payment for many people and should continue to be offered as long as the public continues to demand it. I want to talk about one example that I think is very important and that we've done research on, and it comes from Brazil's Pix. So as many of you know, Pix was launched in November 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it quickly revolutionized the Brazilian payments and financial system. As of early 2025, more than 165 million individuals in Brazil had initiated or received a PIX transaction, so the vast majority of the Brazilian adult population. There are 19.2 million companies using it, which is about 80% of all firms in Brazil. By transaction volume, PIX is by far the most popular payment instrument, surpassing credit and debit cards. That's seen here on the right. PIX is the green line, and you can see credit and debit cards down below. But notably, the number of card transactions hasn't actually fallen. The size of digital payments the digital payments market is increasing, and PIX is largely substituting for cash, and to some extent for bank transfers. So this has been an extremely important example, and I think that this is very much replicable in other jurisdictions. We have further work on PIX showing that it's also helped firms to increase their revenues and to gain access to larger credit lines, even as their actual use of credit falls. So we see for Brazilian companies in our data set that they have larger credit lines from banks, but they need less credit. And this may relate to the instant availability of funds for merchants, which means that they have the funds quicker and they need less external credit for working capital. So we think this could be a very important benefit for firms if they don't have to wait days or weeks to get the funds as they would with payment cards, but have them right away. Then of course that means that they can use that to buy merchandise, inventory, to make payments, etc. And so that can be a very important benefit for small and medium size enterprises in particular. So let me move to an example from this region. Ivan Trubelik and co-authors at the Czech National Bank have discussed the example of instant payments with the Czech Express Real-Time Interbank Gross Settlement, or CERTUS system. They show a rapid increase in the volume and value of instant payments in Czechia, especially for lower value transactions. This paper came out recently, and I highly recommend it because it shows a very useful example. But of course, we can come even closer, and we can talk about the experience in Moldova. Mine was very kind to share with me a presentation on the experience with MIA, which I found very useful and very impressive. So I understand that there are now 680,000 users out of a population of just over 2 million. So this is truly impressive growth, and I look forward to hearing more about this example from those who have been working on the project. So we know that fast payment systems can be a powerful innovation. They can lead to quick update of digital payments, lower costs for households and businesses, and even advantages for access to credit by small businesses. What does it mean for the economy as a whole? So in other research, which we were actually just presenting this morning for another conference, this is joint work with Ana Aguilar, Rafael Guerra, Steve Kamen, and Alexandre Tombini. We've worked to assess the impact of digital payments on economic growth, productivity, and the footprint of the informal sector or shadow economy. We find that a 1 percentage point increase in digital payments is tied to a 0.10 percentage point rise in subsequent growth of GDP per capita over a 2-year period. This may reflect several different channels. For instance, digital payments could fuel the expansion of demand and expand the use of labor and capital. But importantly, we also find that digital payments are tied to a 0.06 percentage point decline in the informal employment share. This comes from data from the International Labor Organization. They're able to survey workers and see whether they have a formal or informal employment relationship. And we find that the informal labor share does decline just as the total factor productivity increases. So this hints at the ability of digital payments to help formalize the informal sector. It creates a data trail of previously unrecorded activities, and it gives small merchants the opportunity to more easily integrate with the formal financial system. So innovation is already moving beyond payments. Many countries have so-called open finance initiatives. This refers to, of course, the sharing and use of customer permission data by financial institutions with third-party firms and developers to build applications and services. I won't say a lot about this as the work on it is still ongoing. It's joint work with Hakan Eroglu and others. But just to note that in jurisdictions like Korea, the United States, Brazil, the United Kingdom, and India, we see a rapid uptake of open finance. And in some cases, there's evidence that it is helping small businesses to get access to credit for many of the same reasons that I just described around digital payments. Going forward, there are a number of questions about what role technology can and should play to advance access to a broader range of financial services. One particularly promising technology is tokenization, defined here as the process of generating a digital representation of traditional assets on a programmable platform. That can be with distributed ledger technology, whether permissionless blockchains or private permissioned variants. It can be using other types of programmable platforms. But if you like, tokenization integrates two things that were previously separate. On the one hand, there's information about what the asset is, where it comes from, who owns it, etc. On the other hand, there are the rules about what the asset can and cannot do, such as its use in so-called smart contracts. Tokenization integrates those, meaning that you can have the information and the rules on the same platform. You can have the assets as well as the ability to use them for different purposes in the same place. There's growing experience with the tokenization of real-world assets. There are a range of technological solutions, and I'll discuss those a little bit later in the panel with other counterparts and with Mina today. But let me zoom in on an asset class that's particularly interesting, namely government and other sovereign supranational bonds. Already we're seeing a growing number of sovereign supranationals and agencies issuing tokenized government bonds. So here in blue you see the cumulative amount issued, as well as on the right-hand axis the number of issuances by sovereign, supranational, and agencies. And then in red you see commercial issuances by banks, private sector companies, etc. We've written a BIS bulletin on this experience. And in our work on this, we find that the liquidity of tokenized bonds, as measured by bid-ask spreads, is slightly better than conventional bonds by the same issuers. So that's seen on the left. This shows the mean and the interquartile range of bid-ask spreads for tokenized and conventional bonds for a matched data set, again with the same issuer, same currency, etc. And we see that tokenized bonds have bid-ask spreads that are about 19 basis points on average, versus about 30 basis points for conventional bonds from the same issuers. We also see that issuance costs to date are roughly comparable. There's no statistically significant difference in issuance costs. And that suggests that to date there's at least no clear disadvantage of issuing bonds in this way. There are, of course, many uncertainties in many jurisdictions. The regulatory treatment of tokenized bonds is still up in the air. These are new platforms. There are new technological risks that have to be dealt with. But I think so far this is a very promising experience, and it shows that there is a lot of potential here that could still be tapped. I wanted to emphasize one thing in particular. If you look at the bond issuances per date, it's clear that a number of them are from emerging market and developing economies, so Thailand, the Philippines, and of course Slovenia. And I think that shows that there is the potential for different jurisdictions to try out the technology, potentially to leapfrog, and to generate experiences that will also be useful for other countries. Beyond government bonds, there are initiatives to tokenize many other asset classes, including lending to small and medium enterprises. I've heard of developers doing this in rural Brazil, for instance, using, in this case, public blockchains and stablecoins to support lending to small businesses. I don't have data on this to show, but I hope that we will have this at some point in the future and that we can actually assess the evidence and see if this is really helping to make a difference. So let me conclude. As I've discussed, technology holds incredible opportunities for us as public servants and for the private sector to contribute to societal good. We've seen that digital payments in particular are very powerful and are a critical gateway to broader digital financial services. Fast payment systems have proven to be highly effective in advancing inclusion and efficiency. There's great examples of that already, and there's one here being adopted in real time in Moldova, and of course I think that'll be a very interesting example to follow and to understand also for other jurisdictions. Beyond that, digital payments lay the foundation for formalizing informal activities and advancing economic growth. Going forward, innovations like tokenization may hold further potential to improve the financial system. The available evidence from tokenization in bond markets is promising, but I think there's much more to be done and much more both experimentation and informal research that needs to be done. And as we embark on these experiments, it's critical to maintain a strong role for public institutions mandated to support the public good. So I'll be happy to discuss this further, and thank you again for the opportunity to make these remarks.
Thank you very much. Now I will open the floor to your colleagues from the room to ask you some questions. But before that, you have a lot of experience. We're talking about fast payment, financial inclusion. We are from Romania, Republic of Moldova. We have a problem regarding the financial inclusion. How do you see the new products launched also in Moldova, MIA, in Romania, it's RoPay name, faster payment, instant one, digital wallets, and mobile banking. But unfortunately, we are not able to grow as fast as we want the financial inclusion. Can you share some insight information regarding this? Thank you.
Absolutely. So every jurisdiction is different, and how people pay is, if you will, very cultural. It has a relationship with people's trust, with how with their habits, with social dynamics. So I don't think that there's a silver bullet, and the experience in other jurisdictions can be very helpful, but it's not always the case that you can copy, paste, and replicate the same experience. I come from the United States originally. Of course, the United States is an advanced economy, but has a financial inclusion problem. Maybe some people have heard of it. I mean, if you look at the access to transaction accounts, it's not universal, and there are large groups of adults in the United States, for instance, who don't trust banks, who don't want to use digital payment methods, who prefer cash for different reasons. And I think that the experience has been that it's important to engage with those individuals to understand what the constraints and the barriers are. And there has to be a multitude of different channels that suit the preferences of individuals. So the United States, low-income people, people who have had negative experiences with financial institutions, they don't want to use those methods, and I don't think that anyone should be compelled to do so. Of course, there has to be then new payment methods that can help to increase trust. And ideally, you want those new payment methods to be interoperable. We'll talk about this more later, that you don't want closed-loop systems, silos that exist next to each other. You want these things to work together. And so I think that there can be very successful campaigns. Public goods like a fast payment system can certainly do a lot. But as we've shown in our research, it helps if you also allow non-banks to provide the services so that you can have more diversity of different payment methods. It helps if you have more use cases, so people can do not only peer-to-peer payments or person-to-merchant payments, but also bill pay, taxes, government services, etc. So the P2G and G2P payments. So there are many different use cases that have to be built out. But I think the experience of many jurisdictions has been that it's easier to introduce these in sequence. Once you've introduced a few things, then you can expand it, and then at some point you get the network effects taking off, and these things become very powerful. So in Brazil, this hasn't happened by accident. It's been something that the central bank has worked very hard on with a large team. They've had to deal with all sorts of challenges along the way. They've had to deal with fraud and scams, and having to deal with these issues. I'm not going to claim it's always easy, but I think that the experience is that it has been very powerful once done well, and I think that that's a good inspiration also for other jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. From the
Now that my payment was already cancelled, I can ask freely. Thank you very much. I would be very much interested in knowing if these instant payment systems, what do you think? Would it be an added value to introduce their DLT technology, or to enhance that by that, or adding it with that, and in the future having their one instant payment system for even with the blockchain technology?
So I'll make sure I understand correctly. You're asking whether it would make sense for fast payment systems to introduce distributed ledger technology. So it's a good question. I think that as we talk about the potential of new technologies, and I mentioned tokenization, so there is a question of whether things have to be on the same system, whether they have to be interoperable with one another, whether you need interfaces. The examples that I've shown, most fast payment systems around the world use conventional database technology. They don't use distributed ledgers. I think I know of one widely adopted fast payment system that does use DLT, and that's in Cambodia, the Bakong system. And it's a permissioned variant, as I understand. And so that's very interesting. But I think in most cases, we're talking about conventional databases. And I think that that's makes sense. These are more proven technologies. They are very effective as is. It is possible in some cases to introduce new functionalities, programmability into existing fast payment systems without needing a distributed ledger. So you can replicate some of these things. I think the question will be, if and when tokenized financial assets take off, are there means of making this interoperable with fast payment systems? But I think the experience is encouraging. It seems that the technology is not necessarily that difficult. It's more the governance. I think that a lot of central banks may still have some discomfort with making things interoperable with especially a permissionless DLT system where you don't know who may end up holding the tokens, how the AML compliance is going to work and all of that. So I think those might be the challenges that would have to be worked on, but the technology isn't necessarily a problem. And I think that in practice, using the existing technologies for fast payment systems seems to be very powerful, introducing new functionalities. So it's possible that that'll allow naturally for some opportunities to introduce additional functions in the future.
Thank you.
There are no other questions? So thank you very much, Mr. Frost. Give a round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frost, for those insightful perspectives on innovation. Thank you, Mr. Frost, for those insightful perspectives on innovation in the digital economy. We will now move to our first panel discussion on digital transformation of financial markets in emerging economies. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Alexandre Stervinu, Director Cash and Retail Payments Policy and Oversight at the Banque de France, who will introduce our distinguished panelists.
Hi everyone. Yeah, it's better now. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Governor Dragu, for inviting me to this nice conference. We will have a first panel of interactions with distinguished panelists that I will introduce very soon. They will introduce themselves, actually. If you can, please, guys, come to the stage so that everyone can see you, and then we're going to listen to you very soon. I'm going to be brief as introductory remarks. We talked a lot about digital transformations already. We all know that that is happening, and that has happened for a while in payments, in digital payments. Governor Dragu talked about the instant payment MIA solution here in Moldova. I think the Deputy Governor Marinescu talked a lot about also mobile payments, digital money, and how this is becoming pervasive and very present and visible in our lives, in our day-to-day lives. Well, that's not the only area that is witnessing changes, transformations. Also financial services in the larger sense, also capital markets. And we want to tackle all of that together today. What about the stakeholders, the legacy ones, the commercial banks, the new entrants? What about the types of services and technologies which are being provided? What about the opportunities but also challenges that everyone is facing? The limitations, regulations, and opportunities that can be drawn from that. How to overcome all this. We're going to try in the next hour, a little bit more, to interact a lot between us, first of all of you, not me. I'm here as a witness and moderator only, but also with the audience and to get your questions, your feedback on all of this. Now we'll ask each of you to introduce yourself, taking a few minutes to present who you are, beyond the nice titles that you all have, but also your background, your company, and maybe a couple of words, but not more. We're going to then dive into the questions afterwards. I'm going to start with Marius, please.
Hello. First of all, thank you for such a timely conference, and really happy to be here. My name is Marius Jurgilas. I'm used to be an economist, long-term central banker, supervisor, turned into a startupper. And My experience really straddles many areas, but I have always been in payments, capital markets, oversaw euro changeover in Lithuania during my tenure at the Bank of Lithuania. And now I'm leading a company which is trying to finish the dream of European Union Capital Markets Union, utilizing distributed ledger technology and the legal regime that European Parliament passed in 2022, namely introducing new players in capital markets. And I'll talk about that later.
Thank you, Marius. Going to Sasha? There is a little bit of technology playing.
Yes,
so
yeah. We did it. Thank you very much. My name is Alexander, or just Sasha. I'm work at Visa, a small company and first fintech, as we call ourselves. Huh?
No one knows about Visa.
Yeah, no one knows what it is. Actually, I'm based in Kyiv, and I'm responsible for 17 markets, including Moldova. For sure, I lead the digital solutions team, which enables our clients, fintechs, partners, payment gateways, and many, many other partners with the platform products to be able to provide their service in digital way. So this is quite a big number of different things, starting from tokenization, but not in the way which we just heard in the previous presentation. So we work with payment tokenization when your payment credential is being tokenized. Also authentication, tap-to-phone solution, Visa Developer Platform, which is our open API platform, and so on. On my previous experience, before Visa, I'm 7 years already there. 10 years before, I was in the bank, so I mostly have a retail banking experience, and before that, 5 years in mobile MNO in Ukraine. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Sasha. Dimitru?
Hi, I'm Dumitru. I had to turn around to see how did they presented me. Apparently, I'm the supervisory council, member of the supervisory council in Central Security Depository. This is one of the functions. Officially, my life is in financial markets. I've been working in France, Paris, London, and now I'm based in Abu Dhabi. So I'm a financial market guy, investing in everything in government bonds, so I know very well the emerging market and frontiers. So that is my official life. The unofficial life here in Moldova, I'm very involved in anything which is related to capital market, and probably I'll be a future central banker. Yes, thank you.
And then last but not least, Sorin.
Thanks, Alexander, and many thanks for the organizer for the event and having me with you. I'm Sorin Mira. My background is working with some of the strongest competitors in banking and actually telecom as well. I've been with Citibank for a while, Raiffeisen for about 16 years, Intesa San Paolo, Deutsche Telekom. And I'm mentioning those names because I've had the privilege over the years to be involved in large transformational programs. And actually this is what I'm trying to bring in my current role. And this is a focus on pragmatic innovation in digital banking and insurance. And unlike Visa, well, I think I need to spend a couple of minutes in presenting FinTech OS because we are not a new, but a player that's slowly but surely making its way into the European markets. We're quite big in Romania. We have a bank customer in Moldova as well. We're very proud of that. We've recently started expanding in US, and I'm leading the CEE, which, by the way, includes an insurance company in Brisbane, Australia. So that's on an anecdotic note. What we are doing are basically a digital platform, a product factory, if you like, product and experience factory, if you like, that allows the banks to deploy digital engagements with the customers in terms of weeks and not quarters. And that obviously translates into a splendid time to market and obviously into a P&L impact. And we do have a very important part. Hopefully we're going to dive into this area, the data analytics. We have a data layer in there that basically provides the banks with some sort of future proofing in terms of data triggers, and a word that's very close to me, that's contextual banking. And that would be the intro.
And we will talk about indeed those layers a little bit later. So we have definitely 4 excellent super experts with a broad range of expertise here, and we have plenty of time because actually we have like 15 minutes more to talk about all this before the coffee break. So let's make the use of all this and let's throw questions at you. And starting maybe with yourself, Dimitru, because you do many things and you have done many things, you told us, but you have a responsibility with the CSD, the Moldovan CSD. So what's your perspective right now on the capital markets in Moldova? The opportunities, the challenges it faces? You have a few minutes, even more, to actually tell us everything about that.
Yes, so we're going to start. So the beginning of my whatever I want to say is very clear. So I would say the capital market in Moldova doesn't exist. So despite the fact that it's on paper, it's actually not working. But I think in the past few years, there have been some of new development that start moving somehow. We got some, so we got these retail bonds where the Minister of Finance is selling the bond to the population. We had some municipal bonds that were being issued. Now there is more discussion about having some corporate bonds. So the reason I'm saying this is that like only just recently, and maybe thanks to the change to the new management of the central bank, they're being had it a bit more push into the direction of the development of capital market. We do realize that this is probably one of the main drawbacks of the whole economy, because even the lending is not working very properly. We don't have long money, and we don't have long money because you don't have deposit for more than 12 months, but you don't have deposits 12 months because there is kind of uncertainty and you have no investment in the bond, things like that. But thanks for asking, and this on Friday, because and good I didn't ask this last Friday, because just on Monday, the Bucharest Stock Exchange has made a partnership with many local banks, and they had announced the new stock exchange they're going to be open here in Chisinau. So finally, we might say something will be born in the upcoming month, and finally we might have some capital markets. Once we have this, we can expect for more corporate bonds to be issued. Let's start with the state-owned enterprises. This is meaning more people can invest like something in more than 12 months deposit, but can shift their money and channel their money into the proper financial instruments. And once we have this, probably, let's say in 12, 24 months, we might expect some future listing of the Moldovan companies, both here and Bucharest. And once we have all those, probably the activity at the depository will be much more interesting. Finally, there will be some movement. And probably for the supervisors also will be more interesting. And we might be more optimistic. I can send a more optimistic message next year when the Deputy Governor will organize this conference again.
Thanks. But let's carry on a little bit on this. I mean, and since we are talking about digital transformation here, how do you see this helping the Moldovan capital market?
On digital side, what we have been doing much better, because we are a small country and we're a digitalized country. So I think we have beaten the Romanians on the retail bonds. Now we can buy the bonds just at one click from the phone, because we are an extremely digitalized country, which normally the retail bonds in Romania cannot be bought like this. It's much more cumbersome process. But this is telling you that being a small country and very digitalized, we can do that even more. So hopefully with the new stock exchange that's going to be open in the upcoming month, probably we might be able, someone from the north of the country might buy on an app, like whatever we can list over there. So I don't think that digital is something new for us Moldovan. It's something that is part of our daily life. And this is something that we can develop thanks to like you guys or anything else. Obviously, everyone talks about, let's say, like doing more like infrastructure type of technology like DLT. But we need DLT only after we have what to process as transactions. So we need first to have this stock exchange, and then afterward maybe to implement new technology for us.
Very clear. Thanks a lot. And that makes me move maybe to Marius. At Axiology, you are kind of surfing on new technology waves, let's put it this way. Yes, definitely. Very sporty. Well, can you tell us a bit more about what is happening here? So again, I mean, maybe from a regulatory point of view, but also just from a technology standpoint. I mean, what do you see as being either incremental steps forward or just something really disruptive? And how do you see, let's say, the opportunities attached to that?
Yes, so maybe I'll start from the very beginning. And I would say that Europe really took a leap of faith when European Parliament passed this legislation. You know, capital market is creme de la creme, you know, it's highly super regulated, complex. It has been around for thousands of years. You know, we know what needs to be there, you know, disclosure, transparency, organization, making sure that people understand what they're doing, what else to innovate there. But we still have pockets, not even pockets, you know, even in Europe where we don't have enough of activity, you know, and no wonder, you know, we have been trying in Europe to create European Union, to create capital markets infrastructure, capital market union with limited results. And this new regime called Distributed Ledger Technology Regulation, it's a law, right, basically allows for new types of infrastructures to be developed in Europe. And my company is the second that received the license from European Securities and Markets Authority and an exemption from European Central Bank to provide that infrastructure. In human language, what does that mean? Think of Euroclear Clearstream or CSD, security settlement system like Target 2 Securities or domestic security settlement system, trading venue like the Moldovan Stock Exchange, and interactive brokers as a MiFID compliant broker dealer as a fully integrated and regulatory compliant business model, where the placement of financial instruments with compliance, issuance, origination, putting on a trading venue, secondary market transaction, and settlement is done on one platform. Is that a closed loop system? Depends on the technology, right? But the proposition is to look for more efficiencies and to resolve the difficulty that we have in Europe, where even sovereigns, I'm coming from Lithuania, whenever Lithuanian government is putting, you know, so-called Eurobonds on a CSD in Luxembourg versus the domestically registered bonds, same tenure, same government, same counterparty risk, they trade differently. Why? Because of the infrastructure underneath, you have a segmentation of the investors that can tap into these instruments. So this proposition is saying, why don't we try differently? We have heard that there is such a technology called blockchain, maybe not blockchain, but distributed ledger technology. Can we somehow make it more efficient? And what is the proposition? The current capital market infrastructure operates in the following way. CSDs are the golden record keepers of securities. That's where securities live. Where does live the money? The money lives in the banking system. Trading happens on the trading venues, and we have broker-dealers which facilitate access into that market. You have multiple systems, multiple regulated bodies, multiple regulated regimes, and DLT pilot regime says, why don't we put everything in a single layer, where we have security in a tokenized form, registered as a golden record on a distributed ledger. We have a settlement asset on the same ledger. Instead of accounts for securities and settlement asset, we have a wallet. In that same wallet, you can have a settlement asset, security, and you have a trading venue, which is organized maybe in a smart contract. The regulation is neutral on that. You know, up to the market participants to design how it's working. And everything is done in a user-friendly fashion. What for? So that, you know, if I'm a normal retail investor and would like to invest in some investable opportunity in Europe, I don't have to call my broker-dealer to say, I'm looking for this particular item, can you find me a deal? Because I cannot find it on a trading venue. There's no activity there, like in Moldova, like in any smaller country in Europe. I want to find it on my Robinhood, Revolut, Trade Republic account, and if I like, I want to press the button, and I want to have the instant settlement. I want to see it in my wallet. So that is what the proposition is about.
Maybe before moving on a bit, just refining on what you just said, two questions in my mind. One would be disintermediation. What would you say on this? What are the risks or what are the opportunities there? And the second one, which kind of encompasses everything, is regulation. How it can help, or on the opposite, how it cannot help. I know that you have some thoughts on that too.
Yeah. So yes, so maybe from the end. I used to be a supervisor in charge of supervision at the Bank of Lithuania, and I facilitated the banking license to Revolut, which is now the biggest neobank in Lithuania. Super proud about that. Regulation can only facilitate anything, and as I said, this regulatory regime is an invitation, not only to the newcomers like us, but also to the incumbents to innovate. Why incumbents are not innovating? I mean, we can go into longer stories on open banking and why instant payments required a mandatory implementation and was not picked up in Europe as just a very good proposition, It's here, use it, and no one is using it. And we had to make it mandatory so that the scheme is now being adopted. Sometimes the incumbents are pushing back, no one is willing to disrupt themselves. So Euroclear, Clearstream, duopoly, very cozy times. So we are not looking for newcomers. And the legal regime that was implemented in European Parliament really received a big pushback through lobby groups. Why we need the disruption, financial stability, The system is very stable. Why we need to create some risks, introduce some new technology which is not tried, not tested. Valid arguments. On the other side, we're not innovating. So I would say that regulators, supervisors have to have they have a very difficult job, but we cannot have only the ultimate objective of financial stability of systemic important infrastructures. So we need to have a balance.
It's a clear call. But please, on disintermediation risks.
On disintermediation.
What do you think of this?
This is not a call to disintermediate. Now speaking maybe in a more technical terms, there is an exemption from MiFID which allows wallet holders to access trading venue directly. So Axiology could have asked, we didn't ask, but we could have asked for an exemption, and ESMA could have granted us an exemption where Mihnea or anyone in the room can download a wallet and start trading in regulated tokenized securities on a platform like us. Meaning, instead of having a broker-dealer, which is a requirement, like the fitness test and everything, you go directly. So this is a dream for whom? For the issuers, for those who are looking for distribution channels. Because the proposition is, I'm not saying it's completely right, but the proposition is, the only thing that you have to do is to issue your token in a supervisory compliant way, equity, fixed income, or a fund unit, and immediately everyone around Europe has access to such an instrument. Because in the current infrastructure, if a corporate issues a corporate bond, the biggest corporate commercial bank in Moldova is registered here, and only through the custody chain and the willingness of those to engage, an investor from Germany or from France will be able to find that instrument. So it's not disintermediation, it's better distribution.
And access.
And access.
Yes. All right, thanks a lot for that. That gives us a lot, and I'm going to turn to Sorin, because actually, well, the commercial banks, they have some interest there also to understand this digital transformation and to jump into the bandwagon. You started a bit to tell us about what you are doing yourself as a fintech provider. But what are your thoughts around, this digital transformation for banks, for the incumbents in general, not maybe only banks, but also all the players in the financial markets, in the capital markets? How can they be helped with technology to be able to follow what is happening and what both Dimitru but also Marius told us, and especially on this DLT regime? So what are your perspectives on that?
Well, first off, I don't think the banks need to be helped. So I think they know pretty well what they're doing. I think they can benefit from the specific expertise on specific roadmaps, on specific developments from investments that the likes of the fintechs are doing. But let me paint you a different picture, and I'll turn to an expression a former colleague of mine had. He was saying something along like, you can buy a lightsaber on the internet, but that's not going to make you a Jedi Knight. And that's the same with technology, if you think of it. Because if you look at the Gartner, 70% of the technological transformations go south. And what's more important than that is that they go bad because, not because of the technology itself, but because of the fact that there's internal resistance, there's internal lack of knowledge. There are all kinds of obstacles inside the organizations that make those projects fail. So to answer your question, since this is a highly senior audience, I would paint the following picture. I think you need to look at a couple of things. And the first would be to make sure that the leadership is supporting the change. You don't have this kind of an internal pushback. Digital culture, and I think we all understand what the, let's say, the meaning behind that is crucial. And digital culture, according to studies, can triple your effectiveness when you're talking to transformations. I think having the right partner is critical, and this is where we, for instance, come in. Because you do need to have providers that do not only deliver the technology, but also put it in place the right way, train you, then sit along with you until you know how to take the best out of that technology stack, and hand it over when the bank, the insurer, is ready to do that move. And last but not least, for those in the room that know me, I'm passionate about data, and I think digital transformation cannot be tackled as a topic without discussing a strong data foundation.
Excellent, thank you very much. So that makes a lot on what we can see, witness in capital markets and the transformation happening. But we talked about payments also, and we started with that and heavily with that in previous speeches and presentations. So now I'm going to go to Sasha now. Payments has been for sure an area where innovation has always been highly present and highly visible in our day-to-day lives as a result, by the way. You are uniquely positioned to talk about this. What is happening now in payments, on top of maybe what we heard a little bit earlier? What is your perspective? Again, opportunities, challenges from your perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I would say maybe to start with, I mentioned a couple of trends which we are observing currently, and we'll see it's emerging in the near future. So the first one, and this was, I think, number one of discussion here, was real-time payments. And I would not say real-time as just only the system which the banks built. I would say more wider, because 10 years ago, it was okay to come to the bank and to fill in the SWIFT form, send it, and wait for 4 days until your payment will arrive in the market, in the bank in other region, and a couple of more days will 1, 2, 3. Yeah, fine. A couple of days more will need the receiver bank to just get your money on the account. Now the customers are demanding completely different attitude. So everybody thinks that the payment should be real time with better UX, safe, secure, and immediate. That's it. And it doesn't matter where you just send it to other bank or to other partner in Moldova. You send it abroad, you send it to wallet. Everybody wants it to arrive immediately. And that's a challenge, you know, to do so, because there are so many technologies, so many options to do that. In the same time, the fraud, the options to score the payment and to get it compliant are still there. And with all these like risks happening abroad, you still need to deliver the great value to your client. The second one I would mention is probably the shift in the attitude of the customer. I'll give you a specific example. So now when you're speaking about how do you authenticate your payment, it doesn't matter, is it e-com, is it just a payment in the shop, buying a cup of coffee. You remember the time when we all entered the PIN. Who did it last time? So now you don't need it. And still, and it's not only in Moldova, in some of the markets of our region, we still see the e-com is being behind. So in e-com, the main authentication is still 3D secure. In your bank application, it's zero OTP password, and you are still entering some fancy 6-digit number to make this payment happen. However, the trend which we're observing is that everything moves to biometrics. So as you do with Apple Pay, or as you do with Visa Passkey, or with any other biometric solution, you have your device, you are a trusted user on this device, and you don't need to enter any passwords anymore. So you just put your finger, or you scan your Face ID, and you are done. That's second option. The third one, probably I would mention as a probably future one, it's definitely the rise of AI. And I liked very much the point which Serene made on usage the data. So everybody is speaking about data, but tell me, are you sure that your company is using all the data which you have about the customer? And looking at what we do, and trying to assess the logic what we do, I can say no, we are not. Because, you know, sometimes, I'll give you an example. So I have the 3 cards linked, 3 MNO card linked to my account. So they all used in the same number. I have my phone, I have my iPad, and I have another like GSM modem for my laptop. And these are all the same numbers. I have my mobile operator, I would not say its name, but it's like the biggest one in Ukraine. And when I arrive from abroad, immediately on the border, I get the message, okay, Alexander, welcome to Ukraine, back, hope your travel was good, welcome home. And that's fine. But when I turn on my iPad, in a couple of days, I get another message. Okay, Alexander, welcome from abroad, and so on. And when I turn on laptop, I get a third message. So the question is, did they know I'm in Ukraine already? Yes, they did. Why they send me 3 messages? Nobody knows. And this is just a very simple example. We have lots of them. We are doing the same things for for third time in a row, and we are still, you know, spending money on these SMS messages, disrupting the client with all these things, and so on. And this is very, very visible in the banking side. So I think all this stuff, and there are shifts, so I would not say we're not doing anything. There are significant shifts, and look, like 10 years ago, just having application was already a benefit. So if you can log in and see your balance, it's a benefit. Now, the application is just an interaction point, and you don't need to go to the branch. You can do everything online, you can onboard, you can make a payment, you can pass all the checks just with having a mobile phone. And I think this will significantly evolve in the future, so we will see more and more data-driven decisions here. That's one thing. Second thing, AI, and I think we'll discuss it later, is something which will arrive into these payments and will help us to make our purchase, make selection, and finally make a payment much more easier than we did before. And it will save a lot of time. So that's definitely the third trend.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for that. I'm just picking up on something you said regarding your own experience with your 3 different devices, indeed, and those messages that you are receiving. That's really an open question. Do you think there is a need or necessity, or that will be anyway something that will happen, that actually technology providers or infrastructure providers collaborate more when it comes to user experience, when it comes to seamless financial services? That's maybe also a question for you all, by the way. But Sasha, because you said something about that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this already started to happen. What makes me awake at night is that the same MNO which I just mentioned, they're trying to sell their data services to the banks, saying that, guys, we will tell you where is, you need to put your branch or your ATM, where is there a lot of people, what your people like to, what are the sites where they're visiting, and they're selling the data services to other players, but in the same time not able to deliver their own internal stuff. But definitely, I think the future, anyway, is in the collaboration. So, and I think that to provide, let's really fine-tuned and adjusted to the customer needs experience, we need to work together. There are no other options, and there is a need to find partners to be able to use the data. There are certain concerns, how you can share the data, what are the options. Definitely there is something we need to address, but the future is, we need to do it together.
And the question of business and revenues also associated to that, I can imagine. But Marius, maybe you wanted to jump in?
Yes. So everyone is trying to either tap into the already existing ecosystem and somehow free ride it, be it Visa, MasterCard, or telecommunication user base. And here I'm going to tell you a story from Lithuania. So I facilitated potentially the biggest joint venture between all the telecoms in Lithuania. We got the heads of all 4 major telecoms, and I said, guys, how's the business? The spreads are eroding, data plans are about the same everywhere. Where's the next growth? You are sitting on a user base, right? And I mean, if I don't pay my Visa credit card to the bank, I receive a threatening letter. Imagine you having a wallet and providing some credit. You're not a credit institution, but what if? And if a person doesn't pay, you switch off their mobile service, and they pay back next minute, because this is essential. So the proposition went even to the DG Competition European Union, because getting telecommunication companies together on one proposition looks very scary, and maybe it's a cartel type of an arrangement. But it was ruled that this has an opportunity to create a better competitive advantage compared to the current offering that we had in Lithuania. And it failed. Amazing proposition. It failed because 4 guys couldn't agree on the QR code or OTP type of confirmation, identity scheme, mine or yours, you gonna be leading or me gonna be leading, the usual stuff of collaboration. And I don't forget your question. I really think that the future is in identity schemes that are global. So the initiative of Mr. Altman on iris scanning, that is the threat to everyone, including Visa, including capital market players, who are onboarding customers based on KYC providers, because that's what we rely on. And if I know who is this guy, like you have to confirm with your devices, some mechanism was not fully worked out. That's it. Technology to provide an account or a wallet is there. It's not a problem. It's just how do we know that we can confirm that this is you.
Very interesting. Soren, you want to say something about that?
No, I can.
Yeah, microphones, sometimes they work, sometimes not.
Either way, I think you had a conversation going, so I'm going to jump in after that if you want to finish your thought.
Just wanted maybe to move to something that you mentioned, Sasha, which is AI.
Before that, I thought you were picking up on the same thread. No, I want to stop a bit on the data, because that's again one of the passions, and secondly because I think it makes a lot of value for the banks and insurance companies going forward. And let me share with you a high-level picture that we're trying to stick by in FinTech West. And if you look at the data, you can basically put a roadmap of maturity on top of it, because you've had descriptive data. 10 years ago, we were looking at Excels and all ups and so forth, and you said, okay, these are the trends, nice, we understand what's happening. Then it came the following moment when we've started understanding what's going to happen, and that basically put us in the predictive analytics stage of the data. Because we understood, okay, if this guy has done A, B, C, then most probably is going to do D after that. And what I'm trying to pinpoint here is that the battleground now, it's in the prescriptive phase. Because based on the data that seems we are also pushing together here as a common theme, once you have that sort of a data maturity in terms of classifying, enriching, getting it on the relevant systems in a real time so that they can trigger real-time responses, then the real value comes in. And I'll give you some examples. In insurance, imagine that your insurance company connects his systems with the meteor, with the weather systems. And when there is a hail coming, a storm, you receive a notification saying, Sorin, get your car to safety. I would appreciate that, honestly. If I'm buying a house, and I think most of us have gone through that kind of an experience, then you definitely need some money for the relocation, for getting your furniture from one place to another, to make all the necessary works in the house. So this kind of a natural transition that is driven by the customer needs and let's say relevant customer experiences going forward, to me that's the future in banking and insurance.
Picking on this, I mean, do you think that the regulation framework we have in place nowadays with data is enough, or do we need to do more? I mean, obviously there is GDPR, which has been a regulation showing the way forward in terms of protecting, but also giving some rules in terms of sharing. But is that sufficient, or is there a call for regulators to do more in that space, according to you?
For me, we definitely need a solid ground for data. I mean, I think Claudiu from the Romanian National Bank was saying something along the lines that banks need to have their trust intact. And you cannot play with that. I mean, you play once, but second, after you burn yourself once, it's not going to work again. So we do have a need for a solid foundation, and ourselves included in the fintech world, we are strong supporters of that, because we understand the risks that come with it. But even that can be embedded in how you build your product from the beginning, so that the compliance and the risks are the themes you never, let's say, make any discounts on.
Very clear, and a challenge probably, Marius.
I mean, losing your customers' data is not a good conduct, right? It doesn't have to be a regulatory requirement, or releasing the access codes or login passwords for your customers. So I would argue that regulatory push is needed as a hygiene, like to set the standard. But otherwise, there is a good incentive for businesses to make sure that they do a good job there. Since you mentioned GDPR, so I can see, even registering for this conference, I had to sign so many forms on consents and everything being filmed and everything. So you're not compliant. But I think, from my personal perspective, it was overblown. The cookie policy on websites. Did it really make us more safe and internet providers are not using our data? They're not profiling us, what we are watching and using? They are. They're just using different mechanisms, linking other usages. So the result is still the same, but the usability is, you know, whenever the pop-up is, people just like, whatever, you know, like just get me to the website where I want. I would claim intentions should be measured against outcomes, and sometimes the outcomes are not what we intended.
I would add on the data. So I think for Moldovan case, we don't need to push for more data, because I would agree with Sasha saying, with that mention that we are not using enough our own data collected. And I'll give you an example. For example, with the retail bond that we have. So essentially, most of the people that bought retail bonds are like guys from rural area that are over 40 and mainly men, and only 25% is the woman who bought it. And like, I have already so much information, right? I just told. So why the young people, they don't buy it? So essentially, maybe the retail bond has to be a bit restructured or being a different product just for the young people to finance something that they care, I know, a nursery. But in order to that, to be in the capital market, I needed a proper technology. Like, and I have suddenly become a big fan of DLT now. Because I do confirm we have been struggling like a small country to invite Clearstream or Euroclear. They haven't had any interest so far. Okay, last year they said something they might come, but I mean, being a small country, having a small economy, but having so much data, I mean, you are kind of constrained, forced, and doomed to use the new technology like DLT that you are saying. So before getting more data, I would argue that we need to use what we have so far, and adjust, you know, having the proper product for our own population, for example.
Understood. Thanks a lot for all that. I mean, a nice exchange, by the way. I'm just coming back to this AI stuff, because you picked up on that, Sasha, and I wonder, you know, if this is not another obviously disruptive, let's say, technology that everyone is talking about. I mean, AI has been a little bit about everything and nothing at the same time. It's for sure a buzzword. What's your perspective, each of you, regarding, you know, how AI can intersect, impact, interfere, maybe with your business, with, you know, both in financial markets, but also in payments, again, Sasha. So, I don't know, Marius or Sorin?
Yeah, I can start. So, I mean, at the very basic level, this, you know, artificial intelligence, it's not intelligence, but it's a machine learning mechanism. It's a predictor. And, you know, it predicts the next word, the next statement, logic, argument that you're asking. It can also suggest to you a portfolio. It can suggest what is good for you as a person from your risk preferences to tap into. And based on your previous activity, you know, seems you are young, you're drinking a lot, you don't like to study, seems you want to get rich fast. So investing in fixed income instruments like Moldovan government bonds, not a good thing for you. And that's why you're not being offered that, regardless of what the institutions here want, right? You know, you're being provided a good advice. You need to go into crypto, is suggestion from the AI. What do? We need to push another argument, or, you know, we need to provide the other training mechanism for the machine learning algorithm to take into consideration other financial literacy, argumentation, you know, long-term thinking and portfolio optimization, which is boring for an individual to comprehend, but the machine just takes it as a fact, or, you know, whatever, you feed that machine. And then maybe the young individual will be offered an alternative. Say, you know what, you want to get rich fast, but having some bonds in your portfolio is a good thing.
Nice demonstration. So that's agentic, let's say, AI, I think, in a way. So, I mean, all those, you know, evolved chatbots and things that we will see more and more in the digital world. But regarding the products, regarding the platforms, regarding, you know, what we see in terms of services, are there other things
Can I bring another angle on the AI? Because we're having a lot of conversations with the banks on AI, and obviously it's a top topic these days. And they're all asking, where should I invest? I should go there, I should go there, and so forth. And obviously, there's not a universal answer. I'll share our view on that. And sorry? I think you definitely need to look at this, as they say in sports, not as a sprint, as a marathon. You don't have to do just a leap in one phase. You can play with incrementals, and you can start with statistics, as to what you were saying, Marius, a bit earlier. Predictive analytics is safe. It's explainable. You can do it in Excel. I mean, you can do the regressions. They have formulas in Excel, and there's the same thing. You can write code for that, obviously, but it's the same simple statistics, safe, and so forth. Then you can move into a reg and bring documents from the web, bring internal documents, and then you extend the way you can automate your processes, and you can make value of how the process works throughout your organization. And then you can move into autonomous learning and let the systems start to train on themselves and develop smarter models. And then you go into agentic AI, because that's where the idea popped in. And that's kind of a journey. In my mind, it's what needs to be in place when you're thinking AI. And on the topic, we had a couple of days back a similar interaction with the leaders in the Moldovan market, and the feedback was that beyond that, that's very important that what you're building, it's aligned with first the strategy, and secondly with the digital level of maturity in each organization. So just to share a brief picture on AI and how we see it.
Thank you. Anything more on this?
Yes. Just a quick comment. It seems that we are kind of portraying a message that AI is a nice thing to have, a new thing that we need to look into it. I want to send a message. If you're thinking that way, it's like you trying to trade on the market with a calculator where everyone else is using algorithmic trading, right? If you are trying to prevent fraud with hiring more, employees who would be, doing more monitoring, you lost the race. So it's everywhere in education. If you are a professor and you think that you will tell your students that don't do it, they will do it, and you have to start using also different methods. So that applies everywhere, from risk management, optimization perspective, competing with others. So this is, you have to use it. It's not a nice thing to have.
I
don't want to cut in front, sorry.
Dimitru maybe first, but Sorin, you can jump in also.
On financial markets. So
a lot of excitement with AI, always. I mean, nowadays, in conferences, AI, whoa, straight away it's the hot topic.
It's not our case yet in Moldova, because we don't have financial market, but essentially, in financial markets, it's a zero-sum game. So essentially, if I win, someone has to lose, and vice versa. There is no winners. You cannot make money with everyone winning. No, someone has to lose. And this competitive game is based on knowledge. So essentially, someone who is winning has to read more, to understand more, or have a deeper analysis. Now, the new trend that's happening on AI is like having to comprehend, or like to create like a more comprehensive information, whatever happened during New York time, and to deliver during the Asian time, so that you'll be more prepared in the morning to make a decision to buy or sell. Okay, this is something for the big financial market. But this also can be applied for us, for like simple Moldovans that want to buy something, that they can, AI, you can actually make, collect all the data that has happened in the past 2 weeks, or information on Financial Times or Diaro Financiar or whatever, and suggest, according to your own profile, what do you need to do with your own savings. So essentially, he's saying if somehow you get more positive news out of France, that meaning that, and you have more savings in the dollars, maybe you can be suggested to convert your dollars into euros because you believe the euros are going to be appreciating versus dollar, and this is how you can make a little bit of money. So for me, it's like whatever happened with AI is a good thing, but we have to be sure that no one can get super rich very fast. But it's a complementary thing that can happen and help the people that are not very educated in financial market or like in saving. And this is our case. So we do have so much cash in the banking system. I'm not using it, but that it can help us in order to get better decision what to do with our savings.
Fair point. Sasha?
Yeah, a couple of comments. First of all, coming back to the initial question which you asked, so is an AI a hype now? Definitely it is. So you see even how many comments we have on AI, and that's the most inspiring discussion which probably all the conference can have. But from other side, I very much agree with Marius. So some companies tell that, okay, fine, we subscribe to Copilot, that's how we are using AI. Great. I mean, everybody is using Copilot, but what next? So, and what are the use cases you can really propose? And that's the question which almost nobody can answer.
Now Copilot has a built-in OpenAI.
I know. And by the way, I just will open up some internal stuff now. So we have our Visa AI platform where you can type in the prompt and select what are the answer from which model you want to get it, and you just select it. It's ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, Perplexity, and so on. And it's very funny sometimes to compare all of them asking the same question because they are completely different. Absolutely. Yeah, but and I think there are really a lot of use cases where AI is used already now. So like Visa is doing that for like 30 years already, and all our fraud prevention is built on the AI. But why I'm think that there are really interesting times are coming now, because what we are trying to do now is to do this agent-to-agent thing, which you just mentioned. So we want to embed it in your payment experience and to be able to provide the option for you to say, okay, today is Friday, we will have a dinner with my friends. It is 5 of them, and they drink wine. I mean, everybody drinks wine in Moldova, but and probably we want to make some barbecue. So and my limit is $800. So buy everything which I need. The question is what we will get in the end, whether it will be good selection, bad selection, how the delivery will happen. There are a lot of questions coming, but definitely this will be something interesting. And I definitely can say that looking at the payments, AI, as it does already for education, for some correspondence which we use. So now, before sending the important letter, you just always ask Copilot, okay, fine, how I am, is it good one, will I be understood, and so on. So, and payments will be there. I mean, the AI will be there. We'll see how in each shape and form it will happen, but definitely it will significantly change how we are shopping today.
Thank you, very clear. Let's move on, maybe, because AI, I think we are able to last until tonight, so let's not jeopardize the other panels. I have a couple of questions more, since we have a little bit of time altogether. The first one is on new technology and new risks that are going with the new technology. And that is sometimes, one of the responses that regulators, but others can have, which is to consider that legacy systems are actually proven systems, and not only because of financial stability for a central bank, but in any case there are also some kind of pitfalls with new technology in terms of cyber risks and others. But let's talk general risks with new technology. What would be your perspective on that? Because with digital transformation, and as we've seen, there are new technologies being introduced. Who wants to start with that question?
So, in financial markets, there have been a lot of investment in automated trading, so and robo-advisors, and like kind of with the hope that you invest $1,000 and automatically you get rich. And these robo-advisors, this automated trading, that we can call it, has already delivered a few flash crises in financial market where like people lost so much money based on that. And that's always because things are too automated. So you need a little bit, you know, to balance, you know, how much you do automation and how much it's a human intervention. Because when you say machine learning, or the way everything works is it's based on systems. So for example, if everything is automated, three of us, we decide to, you know, sell you $1, and because your model is based on three of us, you're going to sell you $1 as well. While it's not a good idea, because if we're all going to sell, we're going to lose money, everyone, because you're going to go too deep into the negative territory, and we're going to lose all of us. So now, I don't know if you, or I'm just putting an example, I don't know if you really have to automate everything in order, like, you know, in order to have, like, you know, to make money. So there is someone to stop it. So there is someone who has to supervise. And that is the beauty of probably of AI, that actually you don't need that many people to supervise. You know, before that you need, I don't know, 10 people to do investment management. Now you can do this model that I just suggested you, but just need one guy to supervise, and at some point just to stop the model, like, you know, you take it down. Maybe it sounds a little complicated, but exactly the same happened in energy, renewables. We had last year or this year when the price of electricity went down in negative territory, and the renewables guys, they had just to switch off. So the same happens in markets. So sometimes we have to switch it off, and we need a human intervention. So AI is good, but there is some limitation for that as well.
So on risks, Marius?
So the main premise for any regulatory intervention is some kind of a prevention of market failure or some distortion. Why would a technology or new innovation be a threat? Because it could introduce some kind of informational asymmetry. You know, my model is better than yours, and all of a sudden it's not fair. If it's not fair, I'm not trading. I'm not willing to go into this trading venue because I'm going to be losing and you're going to be winning. So there will be no market. It could be even into the other direction, where, you know, some bogus activity starts appearing, you know, because there are also illicit agents looking for competitive advantage, you know, to play into emotions of people. So how many people in the room have heard of a website called pump.fun? 1, 2, 3. The biggest capital market in the world is the government bonds market. Trillions trading there. The biggest bond trading platform, TradeWeb, for institutional play only. Every day they make in revenue in the fees 4 million euros. Pump.fun makes 3 million in trading fees, trading coins. Meme coins, meaningless activity. And they're playing into the emotion of people with one motto. They are saying, anyone can issue their token. Would you like to issue one? Would you like to be the next Trump coin? And there are millions of people who believe that they can be. And they just take a small fee, like Visa and MasterCard for transactions. It was a small fee. Accumulates into a lot of, and now it's the best funded company, all, you know, Silicon Valley venture capital funds are funding this activity. Maybe some intervention is needed here. So that's an example.
A good one. Thank you. On risks, I don't know, Sorin, Sasha, any?
Yeah, I can say a couple of points. So first of all, you know, risks are evolving even without new technologies, because, you know, depending on the development on the good side, the developments on the bad side are also there. And and I would not say that we are starting now to discuss how AI and bedside will collaborate together, because it's another couple of hours we need to spend. But definitely building a new technology and even just scaling the old one should be accompanied by the proper risk policy. And I just want to come back to the data, because the data is actually the answer on how we can understand what's happening and how we can use the data to prevent the risks which are there. Unfortunately, you always happens that the technology is launched first, then we get first fraud, and then we think how we will fight it. That's why definitely when we launch something new, we need to think well in advance how we will protect it, what are the technologies which we can use, how we can learn from mistakes of other players around who launch the same. But my answer to that is data. So definitely any new service brings some risk, but even I can give you another example from our industry. Social engineering. It's been a big challenge for all our markets here in Eastern Europe maybe 10 years ago, and when you're just calling someone and so on. But it was never happening in the Saudi or in UAE. And they had another wave which started 3 or 4 years ago, and they were extremely heated by the same. So we knew that a long time ago. We had the measures, we know how to monitor that, and we know how to educate people, and we used to do that a long time ago. But then they just shifted to other region. And in Dubai or in Riyadh, when you are being called by somebody saying that I'm from your bank, and please, just go there and click yes, usually you trust them. And they have not been exposed to the same before it actually started, and they have learned, have not unfortunately learned from our experience, which already is there. So definitely, I'm just saying that even with the existing technology, it also should be always measured and properly treated. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Risk-wise, I totally agree with the points earlier, and I think any new innovation, any new process, any new step forward in terms of technology is going to bring risks. But then again, what's the option? So obviously, the case is for building into your solution a proper risk compliance, so you can bulletproof your solution and make sure that you start with that. But I like the transition between old technologies and new technologies, and actually this was the point I was trying to pinpoint a bit, because I think we also need to look in front of us and to understand where these technological trends are going. On one hand, we have the previous waterfalls frameworks, we had the legacy systems, because this is about banking and insurance. These were the, let's say, and these are the most important battles technologically that the financial institution is struggling with. And on the other hand, we have a couple of new things that are in front of us, or even in the present for some of the banks. And I'm talking about microservice architecture that allows you to have composable parts that can scale rapidly, can give you a lot of impact, can deliver products or journeys rapidly, and so forth. You have cloud architectures that obviously come with the entire benefits on scalability, costs on infrastructure, and so forth. We have Agile. It's tons of input on that. Agile frameworks which deliver customer experience, that deliver impact, and so forth. And you have obviously a lot of developments on data again, but I won't return to that topic. So I think this switch between old technology and new technology also deserves a point in the discussion.
Very clear, very clear. Let me just bounce back on what you said, Sasha, regarding social engineering fraud, and just giving you some figures, because that triggered that in my mind. I mean, in France, payment fraud is around 1.2 billion a year. That has been kind of steady in the last 2-3 years, so 1.2 billion. A third of that is linked to social engineering and what we call, advanced push payments fraud. So despite the technology, despite the cooperation we have in place with the telcos, very soon with the platforms, with the international card schemes and the likes, and with the fintechs and so on, I mean, there is something there that technology cannot in itself prevent.
Because it's done actually by the customers, so it's much harder to get it.
I mean, there is a lot of payment habits and how to react to technology also, and that brings me to something else, maybe slightly different, but human resources. We've talked a lot about technology, but there is also something about who can install, develop, provide the customer service, be trained for it. So HR in that context of digital transformation, what would be your take on that? What is for you, the key messages there that you would have in mind? Sorry.
Let me share my view on that. So that's always a question, technology or people. And I think it doesn't have to be. I mean, it should be both in my view, and I'll try to explain. There's obviously a lot of things that are going on in technology, but at the end, technology is just a tool. And every organization that manages to push itself forward manages to do it because their teams have their capabilities and manage to connect well with the technologies available in the market and make a good use of that in order to propel the companies they work for forward. And I think there's an important topic that's becoming more and more active in that technology people field, and that's low-code, no-code. Something we do have in our platform, but this is not a marketing moment. There are a lot of fintechs that are providing that. And basically that means that the business guys are becoming independent from the IT guys, and instead of raising tickets to IT to, I don't know, change the interest rate in the system for a product or extend the tenor or whatever they have in front of them, they do them themselves. They just click and select 3 months instead of 6 months for the new product. And they bundle it with an insurance and so forth. And I think in the people technology space, it's important to be aware of these kinds of developments in the market and put them to good use inside the banks and insurance companies, because to me that's the only way forward. And I think the practice also shows that the banks that have done the best in terms of technological and actually not technology, returns-wise, success-wise, customer satisfaction-wise, were the ones that invested on an equal foot in between the people skills and choosing the right technology partners.
Very clear. Any additional thoughts on that? So Marius and then Dimitru.
As a company on the technological edge, we also have to hire people. And it's always the question, what type of people to hire, what type of traits to be looking for. We are on the edge of capital market innovation, therefore maybe we should poach people from trading venues, the incumbents. And we choose not to do that because they come with a preset mindset. Not only preset mindset, these are people usually which are demotivated because they have been sitting on some system that they have been maintaining for many years, and all the initiatives, not all, but some of them got denied. So I would say if it is training or how to educate people in big institutions, to have some kind of a sandbox, some kind of a playground. And I'm going to use an example. In my previous job at the Bank of Lithuania, we were the kind of the naughty player in the Euro system. We did an NFT before it was even called an NFT. We did the first digital numismatic coin. Why would you do that? So that my IT department people would be exposed to cryptography, asymmetric cryptography, multiple elements, and we made it public. Why? So that public would understand what does it mean to have a wallet. What is it, the concept? Is it in my pocket? Where is it? There's keys. What happens when you lose the keys? It's just a game, right? You know, of course, it's just a game, but you learn. And you learn not only the concepts. When you start doing stuff almost in a production scale, skills develop. You start working with third parties, you see which ones are just the hype and which are very serious. Is quantum cryptography really relevant or not yet? How do you know? You need to try it. That's how I would approach the question of HR and humans.
Very clear. Dimitru?
I'll give a small anecdotal example. So in my official life, I live in Abu Dhabi, which is called the capital of capital. So there is no other place in the world where there is so much cash to invest. And in the past 5 years, they have been cutting costs and they were firing people because this is happening. So even if in the richest part of the world, if they firing people and they're replacing with technology, it's telling you that it's going to happen. It's happening everywhere. So even the rich people have this problem. But on the other hand, in Dubai, you have a different things. They are hiring people because they think that the human plus machine can produce more money, make more money for both of them. You see, so I think these two different cities, which is like just 100 kilometers one from another one, it's about the approach to the machine. Yes, the machine can replace the people, which happened in the first example, I'm taught in the city, in Abu Dhabi. And the other one, we're like, okay, the human plus machine can make more money. So it really depends on how do you approach for that. So, but on the other hand, the human guys, the humans also have to be able to communicate with the machine. Obviously, if you just wait and you don't train yourself, you don't become more digital, you cannot code, yeah, obviously you're going to be replaced. I'm sorry, this is then, yeah, someone can replace you. But if you are aware of this risk and you start learning to code, like do some Python or like learning how to communicate with a machine, then yeah, you'll make much more money. So it's really the perception, the approach for both the employer and for the employees in general speaking.
All right, we are approaching the end of our panel. Actually, I will ask you just to have one or two key messages, each of you, that you would like really the audience to get out with. So really, just a few words, each of you, so that you convey your principal message on that very interesting and very lengthy topic. We could carry on for a while, actually, for the full day. But please, starting in the order of the introduction, Marius, if you don't mind.
The main message that I want to send to my Moldovan colleagues here is that having an underdeveloped or not so vibrant capital market might be an advantage. You can leapfrog the other legacy infrastructures that we have in other developed markets, and you can go for the latest technology, go across the layers, and I would really suggest to look into distributed ledger technology, regulated implementations, why the young guys are going into the instruments where they want to get rich fast, and if we don't divert their attention into productive capacity, then that capital might actually leave, not actually be diverted into productive capacity here. So my message is you have a great opportunity. With the use of technology, you can create a very vibrant capital market.
Thanks, Marius. Sasha?
Yeah, thank you. My message is, when you're doing something for your clients and when you're developing new products, new applications, new solutions, just first thing you need to think of, it doesn't matter what are the technology you are using. Is it like RTP or you use Visa? Is it the card or it's like QR payment or what else? The question is that you need to think about your client first. And the solution should serve the client needs. And one thing I want to say that this year, actually, the first quarter, we already have in Moldova the shift in the digital payments comparing to the cash payments. So we already have more digital payments than the cash outs. And it happened in the first quarter of 25. So there is definitely visible way that Moldovan economy is going digital. And you guys are leading that. So thank you very much.
Very clear. Dimitru?
I think Moldova has a paradox where we are very open-minded on anything related to IT and digital, while we are very conservative on anything related to money, banking system, and anything like this. So, but I think this conservatism has to be just thrown away, and that is already happening thanks to the governor and deputy governors, the new management of the central bank. And this shift is like has to be embraced by the rest of the banking system. So my message, more patriotic one, is that we don't need to be afraid of making money. The main point of the banking system is to make money. It's not to protect people, not to do it. If everyone makes money, everyone will live better. But this is meaning we have to change our mindset as a national bank, as a CNPF, as a banking system, and the whole point of whole banking system, financial market, is to make money. This is the only thing that matters for us.
It's a very nice message, I can say. Sorry, maybe to conclude on your side.
So, in my view, the banking system locally can punch above its weight in a couple of years. On two sides. First, by commonly joining efforts on a number of critical digital rails that the banks share in the market. I know by the way, I know you've done a tremendous job in terms of instant payments. They're much better than in Romania. We were discussing this a bit earlier. Yeah. Kudos for that. This can go to a number of different topics where the bank share interest. And I'm talking, I don't know, cybersecurity, know your customer, digital identification. You can commonly invest in those threads and commonly decrease costs by, I don't know, benchmarks are about around 20% or so. So that's one level. The other would be on the revenue generating side, and that would mean investing in those technologies. By the way, I agree with Marius. I think you can leapfrog because you don't have to go through the trial and error that the Westerner countries have been gone through. So you can handpick the technologies that already work, put them to work. Simple example, digital product factory. It goes, drops the go-to-market on a 1 billion balance sheet, 30 to 40 million revenues additionally per year. So just a quick example. And you have that data and information available if you want to look for it and if you want to select the best technologies to go forward. And last point, I think this kind of investment will naturally grow the number of digital customers, and the stats for that are that once you start going above 60% or so, the value in digital customers, in terms of digital customers, you're starting to capitalize well on the value of the customer, which is, depending on country, 2 to 5 times the value of a regular customer. So then the system, the banking system itself becomes not only inclusive, but highly profitable as well.
Thank you very much. I think now we used a lot of the extra time that we had, but we're going to give you a little bit back for the break. Thank you very much, the four of you, for this very interesting panel, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then there is a break now until 3:30, if I'm correct.
We turn our attention to an equally important topic, the role of women in finance. Please welcome our moderator, Ms. Anca Drago, Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, who will guide this important conversation with our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon. I'm happy that we still have full room in the second part of the session, which is, it means that we are successful in this debate today. Come, please, please. I apologize for the short delay, but we'll be on time. It's my pleasure to be the moderator of the panel on women in finance. And we'll have gender balance inter-panel with the previous panel and this one. So on two panels we'll be on balance. So it is the panel Women in Finance, Finanțelor, where we explore how women's leadership intersects with financial innovation, new technologies, and institutional transformation. We have three very strong names for this panel, and allow me to introduce our panelists. We have Jasmina Selimovic. Ms. Selimovic is governor of Central Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina. She's professor of economics. She has an impressive career in economics and finance. And we are delighted to have her in Chișinău for the second time. She was here last year for the constituency meeting because Moldova and Bosnia, we are in the same constituency. So we'll see Jasmina around for the next years. Welcome, Jasmina. We have with us today Cristina Doros, is Vice President and Country Manager of Visa Central Asia. Christina has intensive leadership experience in digital payments. Previously, Christina worked for MasterCard. She brings expertise at the intersection of finance and technology. Welcome. And also we have Soledad Ziniago with us. Soledad comes from France, from Banque de France. And she's an economist. She's senior economist with Banque de France. And she's author of different papers, articles. And I will just quote here, economics, it's a man's world, is it? So Soledad worked on this topic on gender disparities and closing gender disparities in economics and policy research. So how we make the world a better place if we integrate women in ecosystems, and why not in finance? Let me tell you a few words about this branch of economics, I may say, about womenomics, which originates from Japan. And the concept of womenomics demonstrates that gender inclusion isn't just about fairness, it's about economic efficiency. The related research by Goldman Sachs shows that a greater participation of women in decision-making roles generates measurable benefits, higher growth, stronger stability, and more resilient organizations. Moreover, closing the gender gap could add $7 trillion to global GDP. So, can the world really afford not to take womenomics seriously? It was a rhetorical question, you don't have to answer now. In fact, in 2019's Womenomics 5.0 estimates that closing Japan's gender employment gap would boost the country's GDP by 10%, rising to a possible 15% if the female versus male working hours rises to the OECD level. Which brings us the question, why limit this to only one country? According to OMFIF Gender Balance Index 2025, women hold only 16, not 60, percent of leadership roles across central banks, commercial banks, sovereign and public pension funds worldwide. And women currently lead only 16%, 616, yes, of central banks globally. Record high, yet still very small. In the European Union, there is not a single lady running a central bank. But in Western Balkans, we have several examples. We have Yasmina. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have in Montenegro, we have in Serbia, we have in Moldova, and that's it. And of course, we have ECB. But we are not here to complain. We are here to support our idea that bringing and integrated women in finance and giving women a leadership role makes a better difference in everybody's life. So with this in mind, today's discussion will unpack how leadership policy and technology converge to accelerate women's role in financial sector. Let's start with the first topic of today. And let's start with the Yasmina. And Madam Governor, as governor, how do you think gender diverse leadership influences central bank decision making, but also institutional trust? Do you think also from the other side, from the public, from citizens, do they look at your institution with different eyes if it's run by a man or by a female?
Yes, it does now. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Greetings to the audience and to all brave men who are sitting here. Thank you. You know, it wouldn't be so good to have only ladies in the audience, so thank you very much for that. Anka, just as you mentioned, we don't have women as governors in European Union, so another reason for us to join the EU. I hope they will be conscious enough to acknowledge that. So when it comes to your question, gender diverse leadership, so definitely the short answer is yes. If I just focus the discussion around my country, within the financial sector of the country, we have more than 50% of women as employees of the sector. So more than half are women. However, when we go up to the management positions, on a senior management, not even the top management, but the senior management, 85% are men, while 15% are women. So as we move up through the hierarchy, the percentage is getting lower and lower. So when it comes to decision making, we definitely need to look back slightly to organizational behavior science. And what does it say? And according to the latest research, it says that the gender diverse teams are able to include more diverse and broader perspective. And based on that, they are able to come up with more robust decisions. If we focus that on a central banking and our boards, it definitely means that we have more deliberate discussions, we have a better communication, and we are able to come up with more balanced decisions. In the board, the time chairing within the Central Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 5 people in the board, 3 men and 2 women. But I'm the leading one, so it's not completely balanced, but it is almost. The second thing is, which is very important, is the risk aversion. So usually, and actually the research suggests that when it comes to women, they are more risk averse and they are more cautious when it comes up to specific decisions. And actually there is a whole list of different studies which is suggesting something like this. It actually means that in a perspective that can shape even the monetary policy. We don't have the particular evidence that gender diversity is linked to inflation or to interest rates. But indirectly, it can shape based on the expectations and based on the confidence. Because I also read the article which says that the public, actually the institutions where gender diversity is equal, they are more trusted throughout the society. So when we have the trust, we can project the expectations throughout. Regarding the institutional context, as the second part of your question, I believe within the institutional context, the representation and the legitimacy is something what is very important. Throughout the gender equality, we are actually able to send more clear and stronger messages. And just as I mentioned, the institutions with a clear balance are more trusted. So direct effects to interest rate, to monetary policy shaping are not that strong, but we can recognize them slightly. Throughout actually up to 2023, those evidences were not that strong. But when the inflation went up, the boards with a higher representation of women were tending to come up with the stronger decisions in the time that was critical and crucial. So when the time gets tough, the women were there to come up with some decisions. I'm not saying that men would not be able to do something like that. Please don't take me wrong. But I was just giving the idea. So based on that, we are all familiar with the concept of glass ceiling. And the example of glass ceiling was the percentages that I gave for Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have 15% of women on the middle management. If we go to the top management, the situation would be even worse. But there is a new concept, which is a glass cliff. And the glass cliff is saying when the time gets tough, somehow the females are appointed to some positions. And then my friend, who is a professor of human resources management within the school that I was dean for a long time, she was telling me, when the time gets tough, the females are appointed. If they succeed to resolve the situation, then the men say, okay, it was easy to do. But if the female fails, then the man says, if I was there, I would be able to resolve that. So if that is something that is correct or not, I'm not sure, but one of our joint friends, who is a governor, male governor in one of the EU countries, very close to both of us, she told me, you know, it's easy to be the governor in the EU country because everything is set up. So I'm not saying I'm enjoying, but I am enjoying my job, and it is not so turbulent. But in the countries which are on their way to EU, in the accession phase, it's a huge job to be done. So everything is upside down. And honestly speaking, in my country, unfortunately, I am witnessing that. So there is definitely there is a lot of space to improve, a lot of things to be done. And unfortunately, it's still not good enough, at least in my country. We are on a good way, but we still have a long way to ahead.
And if we go on this long way, yes, thank you, we're going to see positive results. By the way, yesterday we lowered the policy rate, so despite of... Okay. I'll turn to Christina. Different market, different experience. Visa is advancing digital finance across regions. From your position, Christina, how are women driving innovation in fintech and payments? Could you share an example from Visa where female leadership has directly enhanced inclusion or product innovation, so something that you and your colleagues did different, did better?
Thank you very much, Madam Governor, for the question. And I must say that I'm so proud and happy to be back home and have this opportunity today to speak about the topic which is professionally critical to all of us, and at the same time personally so inspiring and passionate to me. So that's a huge opportunity. I'm very privileged and thankful for that. I think we will all agree that speaking of technology, it's not just belief we have at Visa, but technology is for people, by people. So people are still at the core of it. Maybe with AI, this statement will change, but so far we're at that stage. And therefore, women, as consumers, as entrepreneurs, as innovators, as leaders in payments specifically, indeed do shape how payments perform and progress. Across our regions, as I say, 17 markets I'm having the great privilege of running now, we see women leading fintech startups, launching e-com marketplaces, taking leadership positions in boards, in companies, still, by the way, and that resonates with what just Madam Governor said, across the board, not just in the European Union, women are taking 1 out of 5 positions in the board. So that's kind of the same percentage across the globe, not just in the EU, unfortunately. But with that to say that we see that women brought into the development, innovations, technology, they often address underserved segments. They often come up with the solutions which are purpose-driven, empathetical, if you will, more intuitive. So that's very important. That's a catalyst in driving digital transformation. Another angle to it is that the research shows, and Madam Governor just mentioned that companies which are gender balanced, let's put it this way, consistently show better bottom line results. It's not about just, being fair. It's about bringing real results into the economy. And in the digital space, how do we see that kind of showing up? Is that when we leverage women's deep knowledge in the household financial needs, in the underserved segments by financial and digital payment needs, we are able to come up with the better solutions, better technologies specifically for that segment. And also it's important to say that women in the economy overall are best positioned to further drive financial inclusion, because that's the cornerstone of everything we're trying to build in the cashless economy. We still know that so many people are not included into the formal economy yet, and therefore women as trust ambassadors in their communities can really drive that and onboard new people into the digital economy. Then women develop small and medium businesses solutions, because many of them are running these companies. And third part, probably one of the most important, they are educators, and they can teach digital and financial literacy to the new generation. So altogether, that brings us to the idea that women's participation in economy overall, in digital economy innovations, is really a catalyst which drives the sector forward. And speaking of visa, you know, it wouldn't be correct of us speak about gender equality and things, how we need to progress women without kind of cleaning our own house. And this is where I'm really proud to say that I have a privilege to work for the company which really focuses on internal development of female leaders as well. And that ranges from, you know, absolutely different angles to it. How many of us running our businesses know exactly, because you need to have this data before you can cure something. Before you cure something, you need to understand where the pain is. Do we exactly know how many female and male candidates are being submitted to this role? Of course, the role will be considered on the merit base. That's out of question. That's the fairest approach you can have. But do we have an equal representation of men and women in the selection process? How many women, men do we have at the ceiling? Glass ceiling and then the glass cliff. Do we have this data? And if we do, how do we address it? So at Visa, we do really consistently work on all the data, and we address it in a very meaningful way. Again, from kind of big initiatives such as leadership programs, specially designed for women leaders, and I've been privileged to be part of 2 of them in partnership with the big universities, big business schools, from, you know, much simpler things, but they are so effective as well, like having women bodies, or having a man sponsoring as a corporate sponsor a female talent, or having these let me say, more comfortable conditions for a woman when she goes into the, you know, the most important probably part of her life, giving a birth. And then how do we support, so we have parental leave, as probably many of us do now in the companies, and so on and so forth. So that's to say that with all of that, I'm more than confident, and again, we have internal figures to support that, that especially this part is letting Visa to show really great results consistently across the years on the bottom line, to be ranked as one of the best places to work, and therefore to be able to maintain our leadership position in the technology world.
Yeah, thank you for what you're doing. Thanks. From the point of view of a researcher, Soledad, how does gender diversity enrich economic policy and research quality, and what benefits have you observed when women contribute to economic analysis and strategy?
Thank you very much. It's working? Thank you. Yes, it's better. Thank you very much for having invited me to this very high quality panel. And so I'm here to give the academic point of view in the academic world. So how gender diversity enrich economic policy? Well, there is now many papers on these questions. There is a very new literature on this kind of questions, as you said. But let me just cite one. from Maddy and Gingras, who analyzed over 150,000 papers in economics and a similar number in management. They show that mixed gender research teams receive significantly more citations than same gender teams or single author papers. This suggests that diversity helps produce work that is more visible, more used, and probably more robust. Second, in finance, well, there is an IMF staff discussion note showing that banks and financial institutions with greater gender inclusion are more resilient, have lower non-performing loans, and show stronger financial health. And so the other point is that gender diversity broadens the set of questions asked and increases relevance of policies. So, for instance, I have colleagues at the Bank of France that have they studied the gender representation in central banks, government, whether if there is any systematic difference by gender in policy preferences. So, as you said just now, there is no clear proof that empirical evidence that women are more or less control the inflation. But these colleagues have shown that from the United States data, from the FOMC, they suggest that female members have tended to be more dovish, meaning more willing to give weight to unemployment and output issues rather than inflation. On the other hand, cross-country work tends to find that central banks with a higher share of women on their policy commitments tend to have lower inflation. But well, this was before this, the increase of inflation recently, so maybe we have to update this kind of work. So that's it.
That's consistent with what Yasmina was saying earlier about also this more prudent attitude. Despite progress, which is visible, our presence here, it's a sign of progress. AMFIF index suggests that achieving gender balance in finance leadership could take 140 years. I'll invite all of you in 140 years in the same room just to check the numbers. But before that, I'd like to ask Cristina and Yasmina, with their experience with significant careers, which are the barriers to advancement in a career in finance?
So I'm a bit more optimistic when it comes 140 years.
120?
I believe talking about the issue can help us a lot. I believe we can change the things. The one number that you mentioned in your introduction, and I didn't know that you are going to mention that, of course, is something that I read in the middle of 2024. You mentioned that we have 29 female governors in 2024. Let me just give you the information that in 2018, so which means 6 years ago, it was 14. So from 14 to 29. So actually, it's double. And the graph goes like this. So it goes up. So I believe we can change the things faster than 140 years, but we really need to work on that. And we really need to talk about it. When we discuss the barriers, the list is huge. Considering the time that we have here, I believe that the tradition that we have in some parts of the world is something that is a very strong obstacle. In the case of tradition, we know, for example, in the country that I'm coming from, the managerial positions are mainly associated with a man. When it comes that someone can come up with a strong decision, it says equal man. Someone is assertive and very strong as a person, it equals to a man again, and it goes on and on. It doesn't have to be like that. The lack of knowledge, unfortunately, is the second thing, because we are witnessing that 100 years ago, the females were not educated in a way that they are these days. 100 years ago, in some part of the world, unfortunately, in some countries, it's even today the case. We have young girls who are married with 14 or 16 years. They don't proceed to high school or to faculty, to master or PhD. So the lack of education used to be the actually barrier as well. But the situation is changing. The finance are not exclusively dominated by men anymore. I will refer to the school that I was dean again. 20 years ago, we used to have 20% of female professors and 80% of male. 20 years ago. Now it's 50-50. The student body is 50-50 as well. So now we are actually creating the pool of young people, women and men, both of them, who are ready to proceed further. But we need to move away from those traditional issues, from lack of courage, because this is something that is present as well. And we are all aware that challenging some traditional norms can be very risky and very tricky. So we need to do that frankly, very open and wisely, I would say as well. The work-life balance is something that you mentioned. This is something that we need to work on as well. For example, the central banks, with some internal regulations, we can be the role models. This is something that we did in Central Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We extended some time periods for the mothers and fathers, for both of them, with the small kids. For example, we give them 1 day off when the child starts the school. At the beginning of the school year, we give them 1 day off. It's not related to their regular holiday or something. No, it's just 1 day off. When they get the kids, when the child is born, we give them 1 week off to the parents. So no matter if the parent, if it is a mother or a father. So we need to come up with some ideas. And since we are very present in a public, when we speak publicly, it is something that is being heard as well. So the audience is able to hear that. We just need to offer something in addition. The imposter syndrome, this is actually something that is mentioned in the literature, is something that females are very attached to. They finish the school, they're excellent students, they start working, but when the management position is offered to them, they say, no, please, leave me here. I'm still not ready. I have a kid, I have a husband, I have a mother, I have a father, I have this one, that one. I believe this is something that should be changed. But as well, again, we shouldn't be associating kids only with a mother, because children, they do have a father as well. We shouldn't be associating the house and housekeeping and all the stuff around the home only with the wife, because we have a man living inside as well. Apologies, guys, but that's the case. So we need to be, someone's a bit skeptic. So we need to be very open and to raise the awareness about the issue. And then the central banks can really serve as role models in that sense, because we have a lot to offer. And when we speak, our voice is strong.
You're right. We could be, and we are in some cases, role models. For the Central Bank of Moldova, we have 64% of staff female, and at the management level, we have 53% female. So that's we are dominating. So.
I will probably continue on the domination point. Many of you may remember in Soviet time in banking, basically men were the rare creatures. The majority of people working in banking system were women. How I know, because my mom worked her whole life, professional life in the bank, and that's how I actually ended in banking, and that just underscores the point. Because my parents, when I graduated from school, and I didn't have this big, childhood dream of becoming ballerina or doctor, so I, like being good kid, I came to my parents saying, like, what would you advise me? And they both said, you know what, go to finance, go to Academia Economică din Moldova, because it's such a good job for a woman. Kind of quiet, you have things, but it's not so tough like in the production somewhere. Interest rates, 2%, stable. Go there, which I did. And it ended up being a bit different since then. But just that underscores the point. The barriers are biases, which we have related to all these things. Second is obviously culture, and it's not good or bad. Because culture is good, and culture is transforming or promoting the values which we all share and have. Yet we just, and here what we come to bias again, we just need to be mindful of how these cultural aspects may offend people's life, women's life in this example. So, and that's to say that these two things, probably the most important, like conceptually speaking, biases and culture, it's not something we can influence directly or we can do something about it, like directly, but that's definitely something we should be talking more about, educating people, showing girls different options they could have in life. And then it will be their choice. What do I want to do? Do I be a household wife, which is amazing? Or I want to pursue a STEM career? Or I want to become a governor of central bank? They should have a choice. That's the most important thing. We should be all, and we work in kind of the same industry, but we have our different paths and different types of work we do. But for everything we do, we should be striving to promote these values and that point into society, into industry, into the company, into the team. So that's, to me, the key things. There are also barriers which are natural. I mean, we need to fall out from professional work and to have kids, which is amazing. But then as a company, how do we support our ladies, our women professionals getting back? How do we support them in bridging that informational gap they will probably have? So how do we do that? So that's, to me, things which are, on the conceptual level, we need to be continuously, systematically, as a society, working to, maybe not to change that much, but to show that, to display that bias. And to be very practical in other parts of that. How, in our companies, do we support women to get back, to be considered for promotion? And this imposter syndrome, that's something to be on us. Frankly speaking, like when I, thanks God, get my next chance to be promoted, I shouldn't be saying to myself, I'm not ready. I should not. And that's on us.
Yeah, that's right. We also have to work with ourselves. I just want to add here that once upon a time, some years ago, when I was appointed in a high-level position, and I was scared, and I asked my husband, do you think am I able to do this? And he said, come on. And look at these people, and he gave me several examples of men who had that job and said, come on, you're much better than them. And I think I was, yes. Soledad, do you have some, examples of policies at regional or European level that would help integrating women and closing this gender gap, or some examples from Banque de France?
Yes, but before that, maybe I wanted to add, it's not just we are not ready. I mean, there are many studies in the academia, in research, that prove that there are biases. The academia is biased. For example, just a letter of recommendation. There is a study that shows that women are more often described as hard-working, while men are labeled as brilliant. So it's not the same. This is not just women that not apply, it's also the others. So yes, we have to work on these biases, and talking about them helps. So for your question, yes, we have many actions, not only at the Banque de France. You can think about professional associations to promote, to have committees to promote women. But before answering, I would like to stress the importance of metrics. Because when you talk about the underrepresentation of women in the profession, in general, colleagues just advance two kinds of feel-good arguments. First, women just don't like economics. That's why we are few. And second, the imbalance will naturally disappear with the new generation. I would like to stress that both of these claims are false once you look at the data. The imbalance, at least in France, is not at all due to early differences in academic orientation among students. Rather, it widens progressively as careers advance and tends to persist over time. For example, in master, we have 56% of female students, and at the PhD level, this share down to 38%. And if we go up in the hierarchy of the profession, we have 42% of lecturers and only 31% of full professors. So it's not a problem that women at the beginning don't like economics. It's really a glass ceiling that we have. And I agree with you with the progress is very low, very, very low. At least in academia, we have a plateau since many, many years. If you look at data of like REPEC, which is a very international database. So these metrics, to go to actions, allow to have objectives, numeric targets. And that's what the Banque de France done. Since 10 years, we have set up a target of 36 or 40, I don't know, female in the top leadership management. And these targets was set up in 2022. And so now we have the chance to have an executive committee perfectly balanced. And that would not be possible without the strong and proactive commitment at the bank top's leadership. So,
okay, yeah, I think the fact that we need to encourage girls to be more present in STEM, that's another good measure that we can take. Looking back at McKinsey's study in 2021, the study shows that companies in the top quartile for gender diversity in executive teams are 25% more likely to achieve above average profitability. And it's consistent with what we've discussed here about different angles that men and women are bringing at the decision table. In finance, gender diverse institutions show stronger resilience in crisis and more innovation capacity. Christina, Visa is driving digital transformation in payments. How do you see women shaping innovation and financial inclusion in this sector? And how do you see women shaping the future of financial inclusion?
Thank you for that question, because this is probably the cornerstone of everything we're speaking about. And it's amazing to me to hear from everything we're discussing right now that by promoting gender equality, we're basically doing two big things. We're doing just right thing to all of us, just doing good, and at the same time we help ourselves to enhance our business, our industry, get better profits, and so that's such a win-win kind of dilemma that we definitely need to be working on. So from the Visa standpoint and payment standpoint, we believe that by promoting digital access to women, we can really enhance economies. And that's not that we believe it. That's studies, that researches that underscore this very important part. So we at Visa, we decided that we would like to really to concentrate on one thing, but to make a meaningful impact. So in 2019, we have globally started the initiative, which we call She's Next, Empowered by Visa, which focuses around supporting female entrepreneurship. And we do that consistently across the globe. And I'm happy to say that in kind of, as we say, my part of the world, we have run already and are running She's Next in Ukraine, Serbia, Kazakhstan, Georgia, many other, Uzbekistan, and of course Moldova. And these programs, they are centered around a number of things. First, we want to provide education, knowledge about the financial literacy, about the digital literacy, about the digital tools that can be used to expand and grow your business as a small entrepreneur run by a female. Second, we want to provide real practical support, which is access to the solutions, products, banking products, digital products. And third, to me, not the less important, is the inspiration, if you will, the understanding for these women that they're not alone, they have community, they have somebody to be inspired by, they have somebody to be supported by. And we're happy to say that here in Moldova, we have run already 2 waves to series of that program. And we are doing that with privilege and partnership with MAIB, to this bank. We're extremely thankful for being our partners in that. And that helps us not just provide grants, make sure we can deliver knowledge and education, but also through MAIB's participation in our case, to make sure we can also provide access together with our partner to the banking products, to the very applicative, clear digital tools and solutions, like say Tap-to-Phone. Right, the technology which is now widely spread in Moldova, which is cool, where Android-based phone can become a POS terminal or replace POS terminal. And this is important, especially for women-led micro and small businesses, because using that kind of, you can say, simple thing, they can start accepting digital payments. It means they can become part of digital economy. It means they can have access to credit lines and so on and so forth. The implications are much bigger than it seems maybe at the first glance. So all this brought together, we believe that even though women are still underserved significantly, but with all the progress we are already making, we believe that especially digital tools, such as digital payments, social media, will increasingly support more and more women to start their business or to grow their business, to take it cross-border, to take it multinational. And we have examples of that in our She's Next program. And we are confident that it's not that women, you know, are part of that, they're part of that. Women are driving economies forward. If you think small and medium businesses are usually making up to 90 of a number of companies basically in each and every country, more or less. So it's a backbone for the economy. And you know, if I translate that back to the women-led small and medium businesses, that kind of looks simple. When women thrive, economy thrives. When women are included, society is strong. And that leads us to the idea that we should continue to promote gender equality in our payment world as much as we can, and we're happy to do so in Moldova in partnership with MAIB again.
Okay. Let's talk also a little bit about AI. We haven't talked so far about AI, and I'm telling my husband usually, why do you ask ChatGPT when you can ask me and I provide better answers? So, but okay, AI is here, and it makes a difference in the decision-making process in banking sector, in finance in general. Yasmina, do you think AI would make a difference for closing this gender gap in the finance and in central banking and in general in finance sector?
I believe it can, but we need to be very careful when it comes to AI. It's definitely shaping the way we do the things these days. It changed a lot. Very often I hear people saying, I type it into ChatGPT to hear the answer. And you know that ChatGPT is actually taking the historical data. So if the historical data are in a favor of a gender disbalance, then the question is, what can we get as an answer? So we need to be very careful when it comes to that. On the other hand, when it comes to females, we are more cautious when it comes to new technologies adoption. So we need to do a lot of explanations, a lot of both teaching and learning, how to ethically imply new technologies in everyday life, in not only in professional life, but in just everyday life, both the professional and the private one. In AI team that I have in my central bank, I have only 1 woman and I have 5 men. So AI, it's still, it seems to be male-dominant industry. So again, we go to education part. So the women need to be more present in not only in a finance that used to be male-dominant industry, but in techniques as well.
Good. From a researcher point of view, Soledad, do you think that digital transformation could increase or could reduce gender disparities in finance? And what role can we play at the central bank?
Yeah, well, I completely agree, and maybe I just can add with an example by a study of the Banque de France, who studies the sub-Saharan African in Africa, the use of mobile banking. So women are less likely to own in this kind of regions smartphones, and so the study shows clearly that while mobile banking has grown, the gender gap in financial inclusion has actually widened. Between 2014 and 2021, the gender gap in mobile banking access doubled. So the cultural and economic barriers like lower income and education levels play a major role. This calls for a rethink of how we design and regulate digital finance, and that's where central banks come in. And maybe we can connect with the first paper this morning on the research session of Daniela Balutel working about investor behaviors on bitcoins. That's also a good example of technology and gender.
Pushing for education, and I think it's also a great measure that we can take, yes, also from the central bank level.
Yes, from
financial education, but not only.
Literacy.
Yeah. Literacy in general, yeah. Just to conclude, what would be one piece of advice each of you would offer to a young woman, to a girl starting a career in finance today?
That's something I think I've lived through thoroughly, and now I can share. And it sounds in the following way. I shared it with the ladies before the panel. I want to do it, then do it. I'm scared, do it scared. That's my advice.
If I think how to put it very just as in a sort of one sentence, then work hard and be brave enough, and the result will definitely come.
Well, do like men. That's it.
Thank you for being part of this experience and panel today. Thank you for discussing about a topic that is not present on many stages, but it's more and more present. And I turn to you, and thank you for being here. And okay, we have also somebody in the room who wants to, please.
My question is like this.
Can you introduce, please,
yes,
yourself?
Of course. I'm Vera Kondratov from the National Commission of Financial Markets. And thank you for being here. I wanted to ask, so since we have so many distinguished men in the room with us, the question is addressed to you. What are 3 ways you believe men can better support women in bringing their full strengths to society's benefit? So 3 ways that they could support us in order for us to bring our best self, and we could maybe create an equilibrium for society.
If I may start and then tackle that, and my colleagues will jump in.
Private sector, please.
Yeah, thank you. In my view, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of many of us professionals here, it's not about men or women. It's about the balance, ideal balance. It's about complementing each other, because we are different and we will never stop being different. We are different from psychological standpoint, from physiological standpoint, from the traits which are characteristic more still to men or women. So we are completing each other, not contradicting to each other. So with that in mind, given, as we said, bias, traditions, cultures, legacy, historical, what men could do, in my view, to support better participation of women in business, given all the benefits of it we've just discussed, it's the following. Just be very mindful of the natural bias we all unfortunately have dealing with women in professional world. Just be very self-aware. How do you look at the person who is, at the man maybe, who is being assertive, and you see him as a professional because he is loud and strong, or you watch a woman, which probably would be more quiet usually, but it doesn't mean in any way she's less professional or strong. So that's, I think, one thing men could do to be helpful, us complement each other even better.
I completely agree with everything what was said. Maybe just to add, again, education, that will lead us to improvement of our current mindset, which is partly based on some traditional values. Traditional values are not to be changed, but just to align to new conditions in the world. And I believe as a base of that, as a result of that, we will finally stop judging women harshly, or even more harshly, for some things that men are praised by definition.
We are late, and it's my fault. But although we are late, if there are other comments from the room, please. Somebody else would like to share? John, please.
Brief question. Thanks a lot. Very interesting panel and great insights. But I was just wondering, I mean, we heard about the research that, you know, it seems to be true that women are more risk averse on average. And there's recent research also showing that women tend to be more worried about sharing personal data online. I was wondering, I mean, a lot of digital innovations depend on personal data, but, you know, if women are more concerned about sharing that, then of course there's the potential for data sets to be biased and you know, for women not to be able to benefit as much. So I was wondering, I think this is maybe particularly a question for Christina, if you see that in practice and if there are ways of designing products in a way that they, you know, can take that into account to be appropriate also for female users.
I will not contradict the research numbers, yet from how we look at those things, we are, when we design technology, when we design solutions, experiences, I think we come from the kind of lowest risk appetite people. So we build from there, regardless men or women. Even though I accept that probably women have less risk appetite or are more of the risk averse, yet when we design the solution, we design it so that, and that's how we build it, that's how we promote it, that's how we develop it. It should be addressing the strongest security concern one may have. And that's our kind of principle by design in everything we do. And as such, that's kind of the safest it could be. And that's what we are trying then to explain and educate people, that this is the safest. And then, you know, if you are an experienced user, maybe men or maybe women, you can go up and, you know, take out some limits in your banking app because you know how to manage it. You can increase whatever parameter, risk parameter, in your conscious decision as an experienced user. But the base we build is the safest it can be. And then I think it addresses what you're saying. So that's the fundamental principle we apply in everything we design.
Thanks.
I may add here that on risk aversion, I think things are changing fast and will change fast. And I think there are two reasons here for fast changing in risk aversion of women. One is a normal attitude of overshooting, yeah. And secondly, it's the education. Our children in many countries, in many schools, they grow up in more inclusive classes, and they learn from first years of school that they have, you know, leaders of the class. It's one girl, one boy. So they grow up in more inclusive environment, and this is going to change also this pattern. So I think in 10 years' time we'll see totally different profile of this risk aversion. That, yes, probably today and 10 years ago and 5 years ago it was the case. So, if no other questions, yes. Okay. We are going late, you know.
I'm Marcel Goya from University of Orléans. It's one question is about confidence and let's say financial inclusion. And there is a big gap we saw that gender gap on financial literacy. That may be also have an impact on female participation on the, let's say, asset markets. there is also a lot of evidence of lack of confidence that females have relative with males that also induce probably lack of participation, and that may generate, let's say, higher inequality, and probably one way to bridge that gap of confidence is to have more financial literacy developments, especially not only for females, but to everyone.
You're absolutely right. I cannot more than agree with what you're saying, and this is why for the Central Bank of Moldova we are very, very much aware of financial education, and yeah, this is very necessary. But this confidence here, I would have some nuances, but let's keep it for the coffee break. You wanted to add something here? Okay, so thank you for this panel. Thank you for supporting and listening to us. And see you here in 140 years.
Thank you to all the participants in our Women in Finance panel for those inspiring insights. We now move to our final panel of the day, exploring how distributed ledger technology is transcending traditional central banking. Please welcome Mr. Mihnea Constantinescu from the National Bank of Moldova.
This is going to be difficult to beat the jokes from the panel before. I have with me John, and online we hope to have Adeline and Sara. Can you confirm this is working?
Can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Great. Perfect. So John was already introduced. Maybe I'll ask Sara and Adeline maybe to introduce themselves briefly, and then we can proceed with our panel.
Sorry if I just pick up the word. I'm Sarah Liebing. I'm the head of market infrastructure and innovation at the Dutch Central Bank.
I'm Adeline Bachellery. I'm Deputy Director of Innovation and Financial Market Infrastructures at the Banque de France.
Perfect. Sarah, we barely hear you. If you can turn the volume up a little bit, the mic.
Yes. Yes, I will do that.
Perfect. Yeah, one big pandemic after, and we still have issues with Zoom. Great. So the panel is about how DLT transforms beyond central banking, and we're going to start with the natural starting point, which is how history has shaped, technology changes have shaped payments. So in general, history holds useful, relevant lessons on infrastructure transitioning and competitive pressures. Early adopters of DLT risk building on immature technology. Of course, if you're too late, you face a competitive disadvantage. How should jurisdictions balance this, being too late or being too early?
I think I'll let Adeline and Sarah speak first.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you, John. So thank you also for inviting me here. I can say that innovation has been actually at the core of central bank for a very long time, and it's a way for us to adjust the way we implement our common debt of monetary stability, but also financial stability in a changing environment. And in particular in the field of market infrastructures. For instance, we developed our payment system in the 70s and have continuously upgraded them since more than 40 years now. So today we can say that we are the cornerstone of our payments, and we have developed them, and we developed them for two reasons, two main reasons, I think. First, to secure interbank transactions through the use of central bank money in our centralized system. And second reason is to increase the speed. It was to increase the speed and efficiency of those settlements, even in the 70s. So we have, by this way, we have also contributed to the adoption of the best standards, embarking all the financial ecosystems around our payment system. The context today, I could say, is different, since we are not starting from scratch. Payment systems are already in place. They are well established and functioning effectively, and compliant also with our rules, such as AML CFT ones. So I think it's not simply a matter of adopting new technology, but rather building on existing systems to improve them and achieving our public policy objectives, which has remained unchanged: financial and monetary stability. But of course, at the same time, we observe lots of initiatives, in particular private initiatives based on new technologies, such as DATs. And I'm convinced that this momentum is actually a profound change for our financial system, and we expect these initiatives to develop further, actually. So, as public authority, we have to maintain our objective of monetary stability and financial stability. And so our role will be to accompany the market and private actors, but we have to ensure that innovation and new standards will not take us back to a situation where we are worse off than before. So, for instance, innovation could come with technical fragmentation, which in turn would impact business. And so in this context, it will be crucial that central banks play a role to offer trust in innovation, in the innovation context. So to conclude, I think that we, as public authorities, we have to find the right balance between going too fast with disordinate market evolution, or on the contrary, ignore what is happening in the domain of financial infrastructures. So that's why most of us have started experiments regarding tokenization. We will come later but at the Banque de France, we have started an experimental program in 2020 to show how we could provide our settlement assets in the tokenization era, the so-called central bank digital currency, so CBDC. And so, as I said, we have to find the right balance. And that's why within the Eurosystem, we will first start with one first project to go into production, but at the same time to offer CBDC by the end of next year. But at the same time, on the other hand, we need to prepare the future of market infrastructures.
Excellent, many thanks. John, maybe do you have anything to add, or?
Yeah, so on this question, I mean, it's a very good point, and I think that there's a lot of authorities, a lot of central banks who are probably considering, you know, we have a technological initiative. Do we want to use what we know, the technologies that we're aware of, or do we want to use something new? And then there's a huge range of new possibilities with DLT. We talked earlier about the permissioned versus permissionless variants. I think a lot of the public blockchains, there's lots of issues to be worked out, and with permissioned DLT, of course, it's more familiar. I think what Banque de France is doing is very, very relevant also for other central banks. I mean, and being done in the Eurosystem, there's a lot of experimentation that'll help to understand these things. But I think that, you know, we also see examples of conventional technologies, things that are already well understood, that are, you know, forging ahead and that are quite important. So the fast payment systems I was talking about, again, most of them are not based on DLT, and yet they can be extremely impactful. And I think that we see this even in a microcosm. I'll just share one anecdote that, you know, for researchers, you know, it seems to be a generational issue of which software people use for doing their research. A lot of people use Stata and are kind of used to that, and it's a proven. And recently we've had new research assistants and new economists saying, why are people still using Stata? You can do everything with Python. And then I had this discussion, and one of our older colleagues said, yeah, and it used to be eViews. I mean, so I think this is not necessarily a new issue. There are different generations of software, and I think that we have to make sure that we are aware of the new technological developments, that we can see what's there. But I think that it's not really that important if we use the newest things or if we use things that are more proven. I think the important thing is just to forge ahead and to gain an understanding of what actually solves the problems that central banks are trying to solve.
So human-centric innovation. Sarah, you had something to add? I saw maybe
Yeah, I hope you can hear me better now.
Yes.
Perfect. I think what we should not forget, though, is how long actual technological change can take to implement. Like, as an example, when we talk to our Dutch large banks here, most of the discussion is about only 20% is innovation, DLT, tokenization. The rest circles around ISO 20022 migration and instant payments. So for us, it was kind of confronting reality, like how fast are we actually moving on? But I think it's important to keep an eye on both the future visions and the current change agendas. And in that regard, I think there are two ways to look at it, and Adeline and John already mentioned it. I think the first one is to facilitate experimentation, because in the experiments, the market can only spend limited resources, limited budget, but they can identify or reveal data quality, data standard issues. And these need to be improved first before we take the next step. So the ISO migration is really one of the examples that really builds a fundament and is kind of a prerequisite for further developments. So experimentation, definitely an important part. And the second part that is really near to my heart is that central banks really need to ensure market engagement. I think we need frequent exchange with the market. We need to understand the difficulties the market is facing when they implement policies. And this is, I think, what we did in the Euro system, what we're doing constantly with the experiments and trials. But you can even consider setting up public-private governance bodies. Like, we need to do it together. We need to evolve the financial system together.
That opens up to the second question. Generally, retail adoption creates network effects that benefit wholesale users and vice versa. How do we leverage this in DLT design? You mentioned we have to be close to the market. We have to solve some particular needs, but we also have to confront them against the objectives and the constraints that we have.
Yeah, should I continue with that then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a very important question you raised, because we need to consider what will generate network effects. So I think, first of all, it's important to understand or recall why wholesale markets in general could benefit from network effects. And in short, the answer would be you need to increase capital mobility. And I think it's interesting for you guys to know that in the Euro system, we've created a securities settlement system, T2S, which was a step to reduce fragmentation in post-trade markets. We still have about 30 central securities depositories, which are spread across Europe. And that's rather inefficient. I think everyone can agree with that when we're trying to build a robust, competitive, integrated capital market. So it made moving to T2S, it made it easier to move capital across different jurisdictions, but it remains challenging to move everything to one single platform. So that is really the crucial part. This is that is a problem in the wholesale market, but it can also be the issue in the retail and wholesale market combined. So I think it's important that we figure out what can improve capital mobility itself. Coming back to, I think I'm going to sound like a broken record, I think it's important to understand that we need to improve data standards. We are already working on that. But a second step, and I think John also mentioned it before with the fast payment systems, is interoperability. So you can make sure that different asset platforms can actually talk to each other.
So you could have an asset platform that issues and trades bonds and the other platform that is for exchanging collateral. And as long as these two can move assets through interoperability, that could already generate network effects for the system in a whole. And that could be easier as a first step. So I think summarizing my answer to your question, I would say integration is great, and it might be even the best solution for the long term, but interoperability can give the same benefits and is maybe more feasible and flexible in the short term.
Yes, and that ensures transition from the old to the new. John, maybe Adeline, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, so I'll just mention the very briefly. I mean, the experience of fast payment systems shows that you can have retail and wholesale or retail and commercial clients on the same platform, and that network effects are real. They really do take off. At some point, you get these self-reinforcing effects, and I think there's a good reason why the central bank operated fast payment systems have been so successful. Very often, these are a utility. It's a natural monopoly, if you like. You need one system like this. If you leave it to the private sector, you're very likely to get 2 or 3 systems that compete with each other, and we see this in lots of cases in practice. I think that a consortia of banks like having their own system that works for them, but not necessarily for their competitors, and they face very different incentives than a central bank does. A central bank, of course, has a mandate for society as a whole. So I think that successful innovation has a role for both the public and private sector. The private sector, of course, is needed to build applications, to serve customers, to innovate on top. But I think that there needs to be a public sector system, and that's where you get the network effects coming in a positive way and leading toward the adoption of one common standard and of interoperability. I agree with Sarah that if you have the fragmented system already, if you have different siloed systems, it's good to bring them together, and that's probably the best in the short term. But if you have the possibility of building things from scratch, then it's better not to allow the silos to arise in the first place, and to have one system that everyone can get onto.
Great, many thanks. So that you already mentioned that payment systems are a little bit like schools and roads. It's a public good. Do we view this, the DLT development generally from this perspective? Do we care about setting standards rather than driving certain technological innovations? How do we approach this?
Yeah, I'll give very brief remarks on this and then see if Adeline or Zara want to then come in. I was going to say that we were discussing, there's some parallels with the history of the internet, with the TCP/IP protocol, with the SHA-256 encryption standards and all of this. But I think it's notable that even the internet as we know it today had a very important role for the public sector to start with. Of course, there was ARPANET, there were many things, and then there were some kind of very unique governance structures that came up in the early stages of the internet, where you had academic and public sector and developers working together. But I think that these early standards tend to be very important. They have a very long, they cast a very long shadow over the development of things later on. So I do think it is important for the public sector to engage early on and to consider what the implications are of different standards that could be adopted. I mean, things around privacy, around identification, all of these in particular are quite foundational, and I think that it's quite important which standards end up being adopted, and that can have a very important implications for the longer run development of innovations.
We're still working through the implementation of ISO 222, so 20 years later. Yeah, maybe Adeline or Sarah, do you have?
Yes, maybe very briefly, just to add that in the field of market infrastructure, central banks have specialized in the provision of central bank money through the centralized payment systems. So we develop them and we operate them, but commercial banks also operate their own centralized systems to manage your bank account, for instance. And the question maybe is, will they still be the world of tomorrow? And that I'm not sure. Businesses and individuals like want to have complete control over their accounts and cash flow without having to constantly call on their banks to move funds around. So these new needs are being met by DLT technologies and are becoming more widespread. So this will probably change the roles of all parties involved. But it's still difficult to say how. And that's why, as central banks, we must remain focused on our objectives, ensuring the security and smooth functioning of payments and payment systems, and providing financial security with central bank money where necessary. So it could change the world, not only in the retail payment, but also for the wholesale payments. And of course, the adoption of DLT, we will not have a big bang approach. We will not have a replacement of our centralized systems by DLT overnight. As Sarah mentioned, the T2S is in place now, and it's very efficient. So we have to work also on the coexistence between the old markets, and the future ones also.
Great, many thanks. So talking about the future markets, the private market, the private sector has created different solutions. Different ecosystems of stablecoins are now operating. They generally have different backing mechanisms with reserves in different jurisdictions, slightly different governance mechanisms. Are stablecoins teaching us a master class in building silos?
Yeah, so maybe one word before to remember that as central banks, our monetary system actually is based on the two-tier monetary system. So meaning that at the top of the hierarchy, we have central banks and central bank money for general purpose, so retail part, cash, and for interbank settlement, wholesale part. And central bank money, whatever its form, I know John could speak about that, guarantees the convertibility at par between commercial bank monies, which are the second layer of our two-tier monetary system. So this is crucial, and this crucial layer with commercial banks we need to maintain this two monetary system to ensure the financing of the economy. Actually, this two-tier monetary system avoids silos and must be preserved. With stablecoins, we can observe those silos, we still have to work on it and how we could ensure coexistence with monies or not. But they are here, so we cannot ignore them, and that's why also we have this regulation in Europe, MiCA. Of course, it's a first step. We could speak about the evolution, but we still have to think about it and how we could have a coexistence between monies, central bank money and commercial bank monies, and maybe stable coins. But yes, it's still an ongoing work.
Sarah, I see you're nodding your head. You wanted to add something.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's, I think we're only in the early days of discovering all the potential use cases for stablecoins. So if I look at the current stablecoin landscape, I wonder if the business model of stablecoins has fully stabilized yet. If you look at the current market, it's led by a few large players, and they actually still need to share their revenues with crypto exchanges. So I think it will still be challenged by newcomers, and it could be ultimately that stablecoins are used for some form of payments where there's currently no good alternative. So think about applications that run on the blockchain ecosystem. So I think it remains to be seen if we as regulators have to play a role in setting standards, or if the Web3 ecosystem can develop on its own. So I'm rather curious how this development will continue.
So I absolutely agree with my fellow panelists about the importance of the two-tier monetary system, and yeah, we will have to see how this develops. But I just wanted to make the point. I liked the reference to, is this a new masterclass in building silos? Yes, I think it is. I mean, we have to recognize the lack of interoperability is profitable, right? If you want to have market power, then it can be very helpful to build a moat to make sure that your users are stuck with you, they can't use your competitors' products. So there are commercial interests that mean that stablecoin issuers want people to use their stablecoin, not their not the other ones. And I think that that's not really new. I mean, I like looking at economic history and have Of course, a parallel that a lot of people refer to is 19th century wildcat banking in the United States. I mean, it used to be that individual commercial banks, even railroad companies, they could issue their own banknotes. And now these are great for collectors. You can, get, these beautifully printed banknotes from all sorts of exotic companies from, rural Michigan back in the 1850s. And they traded at discounts the further away they were from where the issuer was. And there were institutions that were set up that tried to assess the creditworthiness, the validity of the issuers. And actually, one of my favorite examples is the Suffolk Bank system. So this was in Boston. There was Suffolk Bank. And one of its, objectives, one of its functions was to actually take these banknotes that circulated, from other banks, and then occasionally they would have to take red ink and stamp on them worthless if the bank had gone bankrupt. And then that way these would be taken out of circulation and people wouldn't continue to pay with them. Of course, this was a workaround that people had because of this very inefficient system where, no one knew if the Kalamazoo and Erie Bank was still in business. I mean, you had to go and ask someone. And so we had all these private, banknotes that circulated. And to some extent, that's the case with the stablecoins today. Of course, the information transmission is faster, but we still have to have someone assess, is Tether still solvent? Is Circle, investing the assets like they said they are? I mean, regulation can help with this a bit, but I think that, it's a fundamentally inefficient system. So I think that, we'll have to see about these different initiatives. I mean, there could be ways of improving the system relative to, the status quo, but I think that as they are today, stablecoins are certainly inferior to bank deposits as a form of money, and I think that we do have to be very careful about allowing new silos to be built and allowing, commercial parties to entrench their market power in a new system.
So history tends to rhyme, not repeat. I think Marius already hinted at a very interesting website whose name we're not going to repeat because we drive traffic to them, but they're doing exactly the same thing. They're printing digital bills, hoping that they would catch on and they would have value based on an early push. Now, this last point, if I can pick on also on your presentation, we seem to have these different ways of approaching the problem of faster payments, cheaper payments, etc. So one of them is these stable coins. Another one is, and you just mentioned, is the tokenization of deposits. Fundamentally, one is a new function to the old system, tokenization of the bank deposits, maybe with a technology layer. How do you see this competition between these two? And maybe the ladies maybe we can get some online feedback as well.
Sure, I'll remark briefly on this, and I would like to then open for Adeline and Sarah. I think that tokenized deposits fundamentally are quite similar to what we know today. So we're very familiar with and comfortable with deposits. We know that they can be used then for for supporting credit and lending to the real economy. There are a lot of open questions around how tokenized deposits would work in practice. Are we talking about issuing them on public blockchains or on private permission networks? There are some banks already that have deposits that circulate on private permission blockchains. So JP Morgan, for instance, has this initiative that's already been around for quite some time, but only for their clients. There are others now that are being proposed and considered. I think that for central banks, this is kind of familiar territory, and they could be built in such a way that they're very similar to today's system. They continue to have the singleness of money. We know that $1 of a tokenized deposit is equivalent to $1 of a regular deposit, is equivalent to $1 in cash. And they can, the settlement can happen in central bank money. So Hyun Song Shin and Rod Garrett have a BIS bulletin that goes into exactly this distinction between tokenized deposits and stablecoins, and shows that there can be a lot of benefits from tokenized deposits relative to stablecoins that are tied to the name of their issuer and may not necessarily go through at par. But I think it's still an open question how banks will do this in practice, and of course, the banks are also looking at the central banks and the regulators to understand what will be the conditions under which they can do this. And I think that different jurisdictions are taking different approaches on this, but I expect that we will see more activity, and we'll see probably some attempts to use the technology in such a way that it continues to comply with regulation, that it continues to support lending to the real economy, that we continue to have the elasticity and singleness of money that we're used to. And I think that could end up being a quite useful innovation that maybe brings real benefits to end users.
Adeline, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
I fully agree with John, but maybe we have one elephant in the room, which are the cross-border payments. Here, stablecoins, they try to overcome the issues with cross-border payments. As you know, one money doesn't move. The money of Bank A circulates into the system of Bank A and our own, and we do not move money cross-border. So yes, we have it's still a long journey to work on cross-border payments and how we could improve them. But with our monetary system, as we described before, and meaning that we need to keep trust, to maintain trust, we need to maintain fungibility, convertibility, and so on. So yes, it's still a lot of work with stablecoins also in the space.
Yeah, many thanks. So, the panel is entitled Innovation Transcending Central Banking. There's a few interesting projects ongoing, one of them also at Banca France, the Venus project, that goes beyond just payments. So it's settling, issuing bonds and settling payments. Sometimes it's one DLT, sometimes it's several DLTs. We also have the Helvetia project, which is now in phase 3, also issuing a bond settled in wholesale CBDC. So this innovation push goes beyond and it goes into the capital markets. How do you see this going forward?
So yeah, right now. So with the Venus project you mentioned, it was one of the experiments we conducted in 2022, so actually between 2020 and 2023 we conducted more than a dozen of experiments, including some of them with real transactions, and building on these experiments, the Eurosystem last year conducted also a series of new experiments. And as you mentioned, on the settlement of wholesale transactions in central bank monies, so meaning that we focused a lot on delivery versus payment based on DATs. And our objective here is to test our settlement solution for the life cycle management of securities and also on secondary market transactions on various segments. And for instance, with T2S, we focus on the delivery versus payment. Here, the objective is to have a look on the entire chain of securities and to see how we could address frictions and to have seamless transactions on the entire chain. So from the issuance to corporate action, for instance. And it was a focus last year during our experiments within the Eurosystem. Of course, we have to continue. It's also an issue for cross-border transactions, as it's quite easy on financial markets to trade securities between Europe and Asia, but it's still complex to ensure the delivery versus payment and the transfer of the transaction and the change of ownership actually. So that's why we focused a lot on this delivery versus payment issues and all the entire chain during our experiments.
Sarah, you'd like to add something?
Yeah, in that regard, for us as a Dutch central bank, the Eurosystem experiments and trials were fabulous. And I think what would be my wholehearted advice in going ahead for everyone is don't do it alone. It's much easier to find the right balance when you can collaborate with others towards a common goal. And that, in our regard, of course, it was the Eurosystem as a system of central banks, but we collaborated with the market. So it's really a way to pool strengths and expertise. So I think for us, it's mainly right now, it's the question of using DLT. It has short-term and long-term demands and different requirements for different members. So I think this is for us really, the thing that there will be a bit of both worlds, a bit of traditional systems, a bit of new ones. But definitely, experiment with it. That's needed for every one of us.
John, in this context, can we solve a small problem for Moldova and maybe a big one for the investment and savings union? Can we get some of this technology to interface and develop something we lack and maybe solve the fragmentation at the EU level?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great point. And I would agree with Zara that you don't have to do it alone. This is one of the areas where, when we're talking about experimentation, there is the possibility for the central banks to work with the private sector. And there are other conversations or interactions we have which are maybe more confrontational when we supervise banks. There it's pretty clear that there might be differing interests. But when it comes to experimenting with new technology, with trying things out, I think there is the possibility to work together to discover things. And I think there's also a possibility of working across borders and having solutions that may be relevant not only for one jurisdiction, but for many, and indeed for also the cross-border transactions. So I think that there are a lot of possibilities to work together. There will be some solutions that are maybe more suitable than others, and of course the central bank needs to express a view on that and to set out very clearly what the societal objectives are that need to be fulfilled. And I think very clearly the central bank needs to express a vision. I mean, I think that the private sector is very creative, has a lot of ingenuity if the parameters are clear, if it's known what's being promoted. So I think that there may indeed be solutions that can increase savings, can increase cross-border investment, that can allow for individuals and businesses to save for the future, for businesses to invest, to complete the capital markets union in Europe. But I think that it requires collaboration by the public and private sector, and I think that central banks do have to work as a catalyst and really get the collaboration going that might not otherwise take place.
Many thanks. Maybe we take one or two questions from the audience.
I'm sure Marius has a question.
Hey, Marius has a question.
In panel discussion on the technology, we missed one thing: stable coins and the alternative in the European Union, digital euro. So, is there a comment on that? Is distributed ledger technology a prerequisite for digital form of payment, or we can rely on something else?
I'm afraid to steal the thunder from the next speaker, but I think one thing we can do is to try out, if there's any takers, an instant payment across Europe, and we said, well, let's work together. It would be nice if we could settle MIA payments in Romania or maybe in France and vice versa. I think we can leave this little bit maybe for the keynote that follows.
I will make one comment on Marius' question. So we didn't talk about the digital euro in this case. I mean, we were talking more about the wholesale use cases. But I think at the BIS, we've also done research comparing, first of all, the experience of live retail CBDCs in the Bahamas and Jamaica and China, for instance. And we've also looked at and talked with central banks, including some of those in the room, about the comparison between retail CBDCs and retail fast payment systems. And I think it's notable that the two are actually quite similar economically, right? I mean, a central bank operated fast payment system allows for clients of different banks, and in some cases non-banks, to make instant real-time transfers And it's operated as a public infrastructure, usually using conventional database technologies. Retail CBDC system, may use many of the same technologies, allows the same functionalities for users. If you will, the difference is just whether we're transferring M0 or M1. Are we transferring a liability of the central bank, or are we transferring a liability of banks or electronic money that a non-bank issuer puts out? And so from that perspective, they're quite similar. And I think that the digital euro is a very interesting project that can potentially lead to many benefits for users. That they could also have benefits in terms of usability and privacy. But economically, it looks a lot like the fast payment systems that I was talking about earlier, and it might have some of the same design features we talked about for fast payment systems could be quite relevant for retail CBDCs.
If there's no other questions or comments, I would like to thank our panelists. Many thanks, Adeline, Sarah. Hope to welcome you at some point in Chișinău. Many thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
We have the honor to present Mr. François Villeroy de Gallo, Governor of the Banque de France, a leading figure in the European financial sector.
So thank you for these very kind words. I apologize for not speaking your language. Can I only say Bona Ziwa? So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear Governor Dragou, cher Anka, Madame l'Ambassadrice, my fellow central bankers, including you, Governor Marinescu, I am more than pleased to deliver the closing keynote speech of this very interesting conference. Sorry for not to have attended this morning, but it's hosted here at the National Bank of Moldova in close cooperation with the National Bank of Romania and the Banque de France. May I have a more general remark? It's my first time in your country, in Moldova. It's my first time in Chisinau, your very nice city. But my presence here tells something. It tells a story of strong political support from France to Moldova and its European integration. And our President, Emmanuel Macron, Madame l'Ambassadrice, was here less than 1 month ago to deliver with the German Chancellor, with the Polish Prime Minister, this extremely powerful will. It's also a story of personal friendship, Anka, if you allow me. We met several times since you took your office 2 years ago. We met in Brussels, we met elsewhere, and you came to Paris and to France early this year. We signed an important technical cooperation agreement. I will come back to it. And I'm really delighted to be in your country at your invitation today. It's a story of political support, it's a story of personal friendship, and yes, it's a story of technical cooperation between two very professional central banks, Banque de France and National Bank of Moldova. Allow me to have one sentence in French. And by the way, French is not that different from Romanian, the language. Je suis venu dire ici, en Moldavie, l'amitié de la France et l'amitié de la Banque de France avec la Banque Nationale de Moldavie. Et pour moi, c'était extrêmement important. Let me now illustrate this technical cooperation. Our partnership was intensified by this agreement we signed, but it has lasted for more than 3 decades. As a concrete illustration, only last year, more than 150 NBM employees benefited from training either online or in person in what we call IPFI, International Banking and Finance Institute of the Banque de France. I have the pleasure also to be here with some other Banque de France members, and you could listen this afternoon to Alexandre Stervignou, who is our best specialist about the digital euro. So if ever I'm not able to answer your very focused question on the digital euro, Alexandre will help. To give another tangible expression of our partnership, the NBM, and we are very grateful for that, has entrusted the Banque de France with the production of your Moldovan banknotes. It's a clear mark of confidence in our long-standing cooperation. Let me now come to the subject of this conference, old markets and new technologies. By the way, if I may, our markets are not that old. They have also a future, if I may. It's true for your country, it's true for all European markets. We have a significant youth, we have a huge pool of consumers, of talents, of wealth. So, old markets meaning traditional, long-standing, rooted in a very remarkable culture, yes, but old markets does not mean no future, and I hope everybody agrees here about this caveat. But these fast-paced technological developments require us, central banks, to innovate in order to remain benchmark players, preserving our central role as an anchor to the financial system. Our duty, and I will insist on that and illustrate that, is not merely to catch up, but to serve as a catalyst for innovation while safeguarding stability. And I sometimes stress that these two words, stability and innovation, are apparently an oxymoron. They are apparently in contradiction. But I think it's only in appearance. Because if you think of innovation without stability, it will not be sustainable, because it will lack trust. And innovation needs some form of stability to inspire sufficient trust to its users. And if you think on the opposite of stability without innovation, it would result in stasis, in conservatism, and this is not my aim for the Banque de France, this is not, Anka, your aim for the National Bank of Moldova. We all want to marry, to reconcile stability and innovation. And I think that in the long run, they go in the same direction. Let me try to elaborate on that. I will first discuss how new technologies can bring financial threats, yes, but also opportunities for central banks and regulators. If I could sum up this first point, let us play judo, and I will explain. And then I will try to present how these new technologies can serve as powerful drivers of European financial integration, including for Moldova. Let me start with what technological transformation in the financial sector bring as vulnerabilities, but also as opportunities. There are two obvious examples, crypto assets and artificial intelligence. But allow me a more general remark on innovation. Simona from the National Bank of Moldova, working closely with you, just asked me for your internal TV a personal question at the end. The formulation was much more polite than what I will say, Simona. I apologize, I oversimplified. But the question was more or less, Governor, you are now a very seasoned central banker, which means a very old one. And I must confess, I started my professional career more than 40 years ago. So you have seen in your careers many unexpected developments, many innovations which were not thinkable 40 years ago. Could you elaborate on that? Simona, am I more or less right? And it was a good invitation to remind you of what happened. I don't speak of geopolitical developments. And at present, we see geopolitical threats, but remember, my friends, very positive geopolitical developments which were not thinkable in the 80s, like the end of the Soviet Empire and the freedom of Moldova. But let me focus on technology. At that time, I don't know if I am the most senior in this audience. I must confess I'm 66 years old. Are there other people who are as venerable as I am? No one. So you see, this is not about old markets, it's about young audience. No, but seriously, at that time, in the 80s, we were still in the effect of the IT revolution. And believe me, there was conventional wisdom saying about banks, about the financial sector, about our sector, that the financial sector would be, I quote, the steel industry of tomorrow, destroying many jobs. What happened was exactly the contrary. Thanks to new technologies, banks provided new services and created qualified jobs. At that time, really, I'm shameful to say that, internet did not exist, or at least in very remote circles. The cellular phones were not developed. Think what these new technologies have brought to all of us as progress, as a better quality of life, as new services for the economy, as growth potential. So we shouldn't fear innovation. Don't be afraid, if I could quote a famous pope 50 years ago. And this is important for us. We shouldn't be afraid of these technological innovations we have ahead of us. Of course, we are not afraid. None of us would say. But let us be honest. When we think personally, when we think of our staff, there could be a fear, saying life was more comfortable for us regulators before. And we know this fear exists. We should fight against it. This fear I just mentioned is probably linked to a more subtle form of anxiety. It's not about technological innovation in itself, but it's about the dramatic change it would bring to our mission as central banks, as supervisors, as regulators. And here we come to another issue, which is not only technological, which is perhaps more political, of the idea that innovation requires full liberalization, and that the only possibility for accelerating innovation, for succeeding in innovation, is full liberalization. And put aside regulation, put aside the role of public authorities, including supervisors. This is not completely theoretical. If you look at the present US-EU debate, especially with a new US administration, there could be this view that liberalization is the new frontier of innovation. I strongly believe in innovation and in the role of the private sector. But we should not ignore that there are risks, there are dangers, and it's our role as public authorities to maximize the opportunities, but to be aware about the risks and to try to diminish them. To quote an example which is not within our remit, which is not financial, we are all aware that social networks can be the best of things and also the worst of things. To raise the issue of their clever, balanced regulation is a legitimate political debate. I come back to the two financial innovations I just mentioned. Crypto assets, first, they remain very much in the spotlight. They continue to pose significant threats to the financial system through the extreme volatility and inherent fragility, through insufficient consumer protection, possibly, and through their persistent use for illicit purposes. That said, we all know that blockchain and DLT is probably one of the most promising technologies. Today, crypto assets are back in a new form, the stable coins, and it was already mentioned in the Q&A session I just attended. So it's probably less spoken in the last 12 months about bitcoins and very risky crypto assets, and much more about stable coins. We know they are mostly backed by the US dollar at 99% at present and promoted strongly by the new US administration and its recent Genius Act, which I welcome, by the way. I think it's good to have a regulation of crypto assets in the US. It's not perfect. We still think that our European regulation, MiCA, is better, but Genius is a significant step forward. You know these figures, a bit less than 250 billion US dollar in stable coins, but we also know that very probably these figures will be immensely changed in the 3 to 4 next years. And it will be probably a game of trillions and no longer of hundreds of billions. For us Europeans, this stable coins could, I stress the could pose a serious risk of de-Europeanization and privatization of the currency, and I will come back to our best answer to this risk. Let me now come to the other alternative technology which deserves our close attention, artificial intelligence. Its development brings, again, this is a positive side of the coin, a decisive boost for productivity. You know that there is a very open debate among economists what increased productivity can we expect from AI? The fair answer is, sorry to say it, nobody knows yet. But we know it will be significant. If I look at the range of estimate at present, it's yearly between 0.2% and for the most optimistic, more than 1% yearly. Even, it's a very broad spectrum, but even if we are at the lower range, 0.2%, it's very significant. So, it's welcome. But, and there is always this balance, it may also contribute to the amplification of financial vulnerabilities. To give some example, if AR market concentration increases the risk of dependence on a limited number of third-party players, or if the use of the same types of tools, algorithm, would amplify herd behavior, resulting in greater volatility and pro-cyclicity. So, just, and I could elaborate much more, we could come to questions if you have, but we are all aware of these various landscapes with a very positive side of the story, but significant risk. I now come to what I call, let us play judo. And let me explain. We are all aware that at the Paris Olympics, which were a huge French success, but there was a huge Moldovan success. There were 2 medals for Moldova in judo. I'm not a judo player, I must confess, but we all know about the guiding principle of judo is to use your opponent's strength rather than resisting it head-on. Let me say that it's an image, and I speak of opponents, not of enemies. I was clear enough, we are not against innovation, and we are not against the private sector, we need both. But they have strengths sometimes that we, central bankers, regulators, don't have. So, as central banks, we must do both, use our opponent's strength, and sometimes resisting head-on. Let me start with what I call resisting, and sorry, it's an image. But this is about regulation. We must regulate firmly in order to counter the most dangerous uses of cryptocurrencies or crypto assets through MiCA. To give an obvious example about consumer protection and about anti-money laundering, there is no compromise. We must be crystal clear. It's in the interest of the technology itself if crypto assets are used more and more for illicit purposes, sooner or later they will be dead. I have no doubt about that. So no compromise there. Or, if I come to artificial intelligence, to be extremely vigilant about what I call the black box syndrome. What it is, let us imagine a bank which we supervise uses an algorithm for its risk management. Fair enough. But it does not fully understand how it works. This is a black box syndrome. What we will require from all our supervised banks, and we have been extremely clear from day one, is that if they use sophisticated algorithms with AI, they must control the input, what they put in the algorithm, and the output. They must be ready to explain. If one day, and sorry for this simplistic example, one banker tells us when we ask him about risk management and why it was too weak, and if his answer is, I cannot say, because this was the algorithm, then no pity, if I may, no tolerance. The black box syndrome is unacceptable. The use of AI is, for sure, and should be fostered. France, due to the so-called PACT law in 2019, and then Europe with MiCA from 2024, were pioneers in this field. I repeat here today that MiCA is a decisive step forward. It supports the secure and lasting developments of tokenized finance, while also helping to regulate dollar-backed stablecoins. I say helping to regulate because probably MiCA is already a bit old there. It's not yet precise enough about multi-issuance of dollar-based stablecoins. We could come back to that, but there is room for improvement or fine-tuning of the regulation. Because the rapid growth of stablecoin in dollars must not come at the expense of European monetary sovereignty. And this brings me to the other part of judo, to harness the strength of our quote-unquote opponent by taking the best of the technologies developed in the crypto universe and transforming them into something stronger and safer, grounded in the solidity of the central bank as the ultimate counterpart. Namely, and here I come to central bank digital currencies. Our first answer to the rapid development of dollar-backed stablecoins is what we call the wholesale central bank digital currency, perhaps less well known than the digital euro, which is the retail part. But if we want innovation to inspire trust, to be stable and lasting, central bank money is the anchor, the ultimate anchor, that the risk-free asset that no private arrangement can replicate. This story is as old as money, and it will not change with technology. We need an anchor which is risk-free. It is hence the foundation of trust and stability in the financial system, and it will continue to fulfill this role in the digital area. This brings me to the second point I wanted to develop, how the old European markets will be better connected through European financial innovation. And believe me, we are not lazy, we are not late in this field. I will conclude with some Moldovan examples, and Anka, I know you are not late. But let me take the broader perspective. New technologies open up the possibility of modernizing, connecting, and even unifying Europe's markets. I don't know whether they are old, said, but I know they are still partly fragmented, despite the euro. The ambition is clear, to use the technology as a lever for deeper European financial integration. The rise of blockchain, also called DLT, distributed ledger technologies, was initially associated with the crypto asset universe. It now opens the way for the tokenization of finance. And I really think we will see in the next year the tokenization of finance. It will happen without any doubt. The issuing, recording, and exchange of assets in the form of digital assets on DLT platforms. And these assets can be deposits, can be securities, can be stocks and equities, all kinds of financial assets. And what I'm describing is not a very long-term future. I don't know exactly when, but I think we will see this developed exchange of tokenized financial assets. So Europe must take a broader view in this longer term on the future of market infrastructure. And this is what we call the concept of a European shared ledger. This is only my second slide. A single platform that would integrate CBDC, central bank digital currency, tokenized commercial bank money, tokenized financial securities, and ultimately the digital euro in retail. A European shared ledger, which does not exist at present in any jurisdictions or region, could provide a technological and operation solution, Europe being hopefully at the front line, to overcoming many of the current obstacles to capital markets integration in Europe, while creating an environment that is conducive to innovation and to the growth of the European financial sector. Allow me a side remark, which is not at all insignificant. You also mentioned since this morning Capital Markets Union, which is now Savings and Investment Union in a purpose-driven perspective. There are several levels for that. I gave a speech last week about the focus of the levels on equities and venture capital, and this is crucial for European and Moldovan development, by the way. But there is one level which is less often mentioned by politicians, and this is this technological acceleration of a European shared ledger. I think here we have another tool, another project, which could overcome many of the internal fragmentation we still have. In this context, central bank digital currency will be essential. And I mentioned the two faces of the same project, retail digital euro, which, by the way, is discussed precisely today in Copenhagen under Danish presidency by the ministers and governors. If I may, Anka, I should have been in Copenhagen. But I said, no, it's impossible. I am in Moldova. But this central bank digital currency cannot cover every use in a tokenized economy. And this is my other message about how we can foster innovation. I spoke of this European shared ledger, but CBDC must be complemented by a tokenized form of commercial bank money. I believe in central bank money. This is the anchor of trust. But central bank money is not the right answer to all users, to all players. We also need commercial bank money, and we know that the majority of payments in each of our country is done through commercial bank money. So central bank money must be tokenized, But commercial bank money must also go this way. We will probably see it in the US with, I hear of projects by commercial banks being ready to issue stablecoin in dollars. As you are aware, at present, stablecoin in dollars are issued by non-banks, which would be a major disruption. I think it will not be lasting. So, tomorrow, for Europe, in Europe, I think that commercial banks will have to think about a tokenized form of their currency. The specialists among you probably know that there are two forms, two possible answers. Stable coins in euros issued by commercial bank or tokenized deposits. The jury is still out. Perhaps we could have both. But I say one thing very strongly, and this will be up to European banks, but here we can foster, we can stimulate them. I don't know if it will be tokenized deposit or stable coins or both, but I know one thing. If we have none of them, none of this form, then it would be a major danger for the future of currency, be it in the US or in Europe. Money has been, for centuries, a public-private partnership, with central bank money as the anchor. It used to be in the form of gold and silver some centuries ago, then of paper banknotes, tomorrow CBDC, but commercial bank money, and think of everything which existed in our European continent for centuries. If the currency of today is tokenized, commercial bank money must find in Europe by European banks its place. And this is a challenge for the year to come. If we succeed there, and I think we will succeed, it will form the backbone of a more integrated and innovative European financial system, while also strengthening Europe's strategic positioning in the global development of tokenization. Let me come and end by some consideration on Moldova and how technology also here can help to accelerate your European integration. Moldova is, I say it, Ankara, with deep conviction and support. Moldova is on the fast track to modernizing its financial markets and advancing the process of integration into the European financial system. And let me really commend you for 3 concrete steps in this direction you took recently. First, the launch of the Moldovan Instant Payment System, MIA in the acronym, in March last year. It allows payments in lei to be processed within seconds at any time of the day and week. This is obviously a major step forward to more modern, efficient, and inclusive retail payments. Second, 1 year later, the historic decision in March this year to admit Moldova into SEPA, the single euro payments area. This achievement will provide, and we could see it, believe me, in our older countries, will provide Moldovan citizens and businesses with access to faster, more secure, and cost-effective payments, including for remittances, and I know how important they are for this country. But SEPA accession is not just about faster and cheaper transfers in euro. It is about trust, about interoperability and integration. Moldova's banks and citizens now stand inside the same payment area as those of the European Union. They share the same rules and the same standards. This is financial Europe in action, which improves visibly the daily life of our fellow citizens. Third, and this is work under progress, which I can fully understand, Moldova's commitment to align with European standards in the financial sector. You are already at an advanced stage of legislation harmonization, notably through the transposition of EU directives in banking, payments, and anti-money laundering, and through broader reforms of transparency and supervision. You are now also committed to align with MiCA, and you understood how strong I support MiCA. So implementation is not yet complete across all fronts, but implementation is obviously the key, and I know you have this desire and will. The progress achieved thus far demonstrate a serious commitment to convergence within the EU framework. Together, these steps, and really I pay tribute, show a clear determination to make financial integration with Europe not a distant aspiration, theoretical, but a project in the making. Let me conclude. In this time of profound technological change, central banks must remain both anchors of trust and innovators. And I hope I convinced you this is not an oxymoron. Message number one. By working together, we can turn these technological challenges into opportunities and build for Europe a more integrated, stable, and innovative financial future. As you know still better than I do, Chișinău's International Airport has been just named after Maestro Eugen Doga. Did I say it correctly? Eugen? Eugen. This is a charm because our languages are very close to each other, but the pronunciation is not exactly the same. Madame l'Ambassadrice, I wish you good luck. So, Eugen Doga, whose music, and especially his celebrated valse, very well known worldwide, is recognized by UNESCO as a 20th century musical masterpiece. Moldova, in the same spirit, is building its future on both a strong cultural identity and modern infrastructure. This naturally builds bridges towards Europe and the world, and be ensured that France and the Banque de France will do everything they can to help you on this way forward. Mulțumesc, merci, thank you very much.
We have the honor to present Mr. Closing Address. Please welcome Mr. Mihnea Constantinescu from the National Bank of Moldova.
Dear Governor Villeroi Gallo, cher François, I'm speechless. And I'm not often speechless. Thank you so much for participating in this event today. This is the first international conference on research, and thank you for your support and the support of Central Bank of Romania. And as we said earlier, that this is the first event out of a long series of events, and I expect to be invited after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years as a guest speaker for this event. So this is the beginning of a nice journey. And this journey started here
with you in the room and with a big and important and solid message from the biggest voices in Europe. Thank you so much. And now, indeed, I will turn the mic to my colleague Mihnea Constantinescu, and for the closing remark and for, I think, also for logistics, because I just stay between this moment and the wonderful dinner.
Yeah,
Mihnea.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm not going to stay between you and dinner. I will just take 2 minutes to thank again all of our partners. I would also like to thank the invisible pipes. We talk about payments, the things that you don't see but make things work. The National Bank of Moldova team that was behind all of this. Many thanks to you, all the back office and all the technical. Like in academia, all errors are mine. Thank you.